Good morning, everyone. We will be starting in a few minutes. Good morning to one and all. A warm welcome to our distinguished speakers, principal, dean, HODs, faculty members, postgraduate students, and researchers attending this program. On behalf of the organizing committee of this program, Dayananda Sagar College of Dental Sciences, Bengaluru, I, Dr. Nandini, will be navigating you all through the program. We as dental professionals and academicians not only treat and heal people, but are also actively engaged in conducting health research. At times, our patients may also take the role of our research subjects. Whether it is practice or research, we must always do good and never harm anyone. We should adhere to the ethical guidelines prescribed by the Dental Council of India, ICMR, and also international agencies and bodies. In this connection, we have organized today's online training program on research ethics, GCP, and current regulations, hosted by our institution in collaboration with FERCI. We have highly knowledgeable, accomplished experts speaking to us on various topics related to research ethics. I am sure you would be greatly benefited by this educative program. I would now like to invite a vibrant, spirited, and dynamic person, that is our beloved principal, Dr. Hemant M., who is also the Senate member of Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. He is also the man who constantly nudges us to do more and achieve higher in all our pursuits. Sir, I now invite you to give the welcome address. Sir, I request you to take over.
Thank you. Namaste. Good morning to one and all present here. It's indeed a very happy and a privileged day for us today. So we are all set now to have the online program on research ethics, good clinical practice, and current regulations in association with FERCI, that's the Forum of Ethical Committee in India. What is most satisfying is that we have speakers of international repute today, and above all that, I'm seeing the participant pan-India in huge numbers, around 400 participants, including some star worlds in the profession too. In today's world, it's quite common to see lots of program on how to conduct good quality research fulfilling the scientific rigors. However, very little does many researchers understand that any research is incomplete if the ethical integrity is incomplete in spite of having the best research design and statistical principle. I believe that ethical part is the most important than everything else in the study. In this regard, I feel that this program is very relevant for anyone who conducts research in today's world. Hence, I also wish that such programs on research ethics be mandated at every place where research is conducted, and would be happy to see such a thing happens in future. So here we start today's program by doing my duty, by welcoming my speakers for the day. I heartily welcome first Dr. Wasantha Mutuswamy, President of FERCI, who has experience so vast and knowledge so deep that we are honored to you, ma'am. Ma'am has served as a Deputy Director General and Chief of Division at ICMR, a WHO Fellow at Kennedy Institute of Ethics, Washington, DC. To name a few among her several other credentials, I, on behalf of management and on behalf of Dayanand Sagar College of Dental Sciences, welcome you for this program, ma'am. Thank you for accepting our invitation. I'm sure that ma'am's lecture will leave us all enriched. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Nandini Kumar, Vice President, FERCI, who, again, like Dr. Wasantha, Madam, has immense experience and vast knowledge that all of us would be benefited by her presence here. Ma'am has been a member of Obama Foundation of President's Obama Commission and member of several other national and international committees. I heartily welcome you, ma'am, and thank you for accepting our invitation. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Chandrashekar Janaki Ram, who is again such a high repute like others two speakers, having 12 years of experience in bioethics. Sir is an oral health informatics fellow, National Institute of Dental and Craniofacial Center, National Library of Oral Medicine and National Institute of Health, USA. We at Dayanand Sagar College of Dental Science are moved to have you, sir. I heartily welcome you, sir. I like this occasion for one reason, that several star worlds are attending today's program, like our senior teacher, Dr. D.K. Srinivas, sir, who is well known to all of us, dedicated programs on training the trainers. Sir, in spite of his age, such energy levels, which even a youngster can't match. We see this happen time and again in his training programs. I'm extremely happy to have you, sir. I welcome you, sir. We have it another star world in the field of dentistry, Dr. Nagesh, sir, who was the principal of Harvey Dental College, held high positions in RGHS and DCA, a reputed personality in the field of oral medicine too. I welcome you, sir. We have again with us Dr. Girish Rao, a reputed oral surgery and president of Oromaxillary Association. I welcome you also, sir. We have with us Dr. Janardhan, who is our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rama University, Kanpur. for today's program. Sir, we are honored to have you, sir. I wholeheartedly welcome to you, sir. This program has led to this great amalgamation, which makes me happy and honored. Welcome and thanks to all. Now I would like to welcome all the principals, HODs, faculty, researchers, PG students of other institutions, and all the delegates across India. Your presence means a lot for us. I welcome you all. I would now like to welcome our own Dean, Dr. Rupa Nadig ma'am, whose support is well known when it comes to conduct of such programs. I welcome you, ma'am. Now I welcome Dr. Nagesh, Professor and Head of Public Health Dentistry, who is the person who is responsible for today's program. We have seen the way research has grown in our institution after Sir has joined our college. I welcome you, sir. I now welcome all the external and internal institutional ethical committee members of our college, all the HODs, staff, and my dear PG students of our college for this program. We at Dayanand Sagar College of Dental Sciences are constantly encouraging regular conduction of such programs, which is mainly due to the teamwork of my staff, whom I am proud of today. Today's event, in one such example of this beautiful team effort, like Nagesh and Dr. Sunil and their team, who have worked constantly to make this event happen today. I'm very happy to have a team like this. I only wish that all makes use of this event to the fullest and let all the participants have an enlightening and encouraging program. Wish you all the very best. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr.
I think she must be sitting somewhere else. Yeah. Three of them, they've given only one sister. What take of their Preeti, Nandini, because one of them is Nandini as well. Preeti has been leading the six.
Wasantha. Wasantha. Ahmed.
Nagesh, sir, can you please take over?
Dr. Nagesh, we can't hear you. Please unmute yourself. There is no audio.
Hello, ఇది ఆ వాళ్ళ ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటో. హలో 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 ఓకే గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఎవ్రీబడి. This is Dr. Nagesh.
We can hear you, sir.
Hello, this is Dr.
We
Nagesh.
can hear you, sir.
Hello, this is Dr. Nagesh. Sorry for the technical snag. Hope I'm audible. I welcome one and all for this program. I'm so pleased to have senior people like Dr. D.K. Srinivas sir and Dr. Nagesh sir. Dr. Nagesh sir was my teacher, and we have very good response for this particular program. Around 400 participants are participating in this webinar. That itself clearly shows the importance of research ethics, which has been felt among the participants and the researchers of India. Research is a systematic approach to discovering something which is hitherto not known. It is imperative to conduct research to expand the existing base of knowledge. It is important to conduct high quality research. But the question is, what is high quality research? A high quality research is the one which has strictly adhered to methodological rigors and also ethically sound. A research which is ethically wrong or invalid is also technically wrong and invalid. Following ethical guidelines while conducting research, patient protection are very important aspects of research. The basic research principles clearly emphasize the importance of not doing any harm to the research subjects. First, do no harm is the fundamental principle. Most often, our knowledge of research ethics is less than what is expected. In this connection, Institutional Review Board of Dayanand Sadar Dental College, Bangalore, in collaboration with FERCI, is conducting this program, which I am sure is going to enlighten us with the nuances of research ethics. We have highly knowledgeable, well-accomplished speakers of high stature, and I welcome those speakers. They are going to cover three important topics. Number one, research ethics. Number two, good clinical practice guidelines. And number three, the current regulations related to ethical review boards. And I welcome all the speakers once again and the participants. And thank you so much. Over to Dr. Ranjini.
Thank you, sir. Now we have a short video on FERCI.
The WHO Southeast Asia region is home
Audio cut ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
to over a quarter of the world's population. The 11 member countries, India is the largest. The Forum for Ethical Review Committees in Asia and the Pacific, FERCI, was conceived in Bangkok, Thailand on 12th January 2000, with a goal of fostering improved understanding and better implementation of ethical review of health research, ethics promotion, and human participant protection for research capacity building in the Asia-Pacific region. It was initiated by the WHO Special Training and Research Program in Tropical Diseases, or WHO TDR, and is a regional forum under the umbrella of Strategic Initiative for Developing Capacity in Ethical FICCA is a virtual organization which works in partnership with regional fora in various parts of the world, including FERCI, and international chapters.
Okay.
The other regional fora include classes in Latin America, Forum for Ethics Committees in the Confederation of Independent States, or FESIS, Pan-African Bioethics Initiative, or PABIN, and Forum in Canada and US, or FOCUS. Other members include organizations in the private sector like pharma, International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and Associations, in the public sector like TDR, ICMR, and Office for Human Research Protections, and various NGOs. SIPCA structure and composition of ethics committees, of ethics committee review process, after review process, and documentation and archiving. FERCI has members from 45 areas or countries and collaborating institutions and organizations in 11 countries. The national chapter of FERCI in India is the Forum for Ethics Review Committees in India, or FERCI, which started functioning in 2008. The objectives of FERCI are to establish and foster use, organize meetings and symposia on ethical review processes, assist in the development and implementation of standard operating procedures for ethical review in the region, facilitate training opportunities for members of ethics committees, and coordinate national communications and issues with other global bodies. FERCI has undertaken projects in collaboration with Indian Council of Medical Research and Pharma Industry Association. FERCI drafted the guidelines for compensation for research-related injuries in collaboration with ICMR and Indian Society for Clinical Research, the first step of its kind in India. In collaboration with Pfizer, a speaking book was developed in 3 languages, English, Hindi, and Telugu, to assist people of low literacy to understand what it means to take part in a clinical trial. An educational video on the informed consent process related to clinical trial is being developed as a training tool for investigators. Other activities of FERCI include training tool for investigators. Other activities of FERCI include prepare curriculum for non-scientist members of ethics committees, prepare SOPs for ethics committees and for audio-visual recording of informed consent process, prepare software for assisting investigators and ethics in submission and ethics committee review, assisting Indian ethics committees for SIPCA recognition, and conducting annual conference. 21 generic SOPs available at the official website www.ferci. Include the EU-funded first project in which FERCI is one of the 13 partners. A global code of conduct for research in resource-poor settings was prepared under this project. Furthermore, a book on ethics dumping comprising case studies was published. In collaboration with PAC and NGO, 5 softwares were developed. The Create FERCI software suite consists of IT products for researchers and for electronic management of functioning of ethics committees. These are Interpreter, Simplifier, Check Ethics, EEC, and Regulate. EEC is one such initiative for facilitation of online review procedures and is currently managed through Clinical Development Services Agency. 33 have thus gone smart. With 17 is planned to be conducted. These are details for membership.
We are fortunate to have internationally renowned. Am I audible? We are fortunate to have internationally renowned speakers for today's program. We should be making use of their immense past experience.
Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to be introducing first speaker for the day, Dr. Chandrashekar Janakiram. Dr. Chandrashekar Janakiram completed his BDS in 1996, MDS in 2001, DMB in 2007. So went ahead to complete his MSc in Bioethics in 2013 at Belgium, PhD in 2011. In dental public health from American Board of Dental Public Health. Sir is associated in Society of Institutional Ethics Committee at the Institute of Public Health, Bengaluru, and is also an executive member of National Dental Bioethics Committee of India. He is a bioethics trainer at UNESCO Bioethics Chair, India, and is a research methodologist of Cochrane System Review. Sir is also a member of expert of Committee of Dental Health, Government of Kerala. Committee, Government of Andhra Pradesh in the year 2019. Sir
Darshan, can I start?
Darshan, can I start? Sir is asking, can I start?
PowerPoint. Yeah. Right.
So you can start.
Right. Good morning, everybody. Am I audible? Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much for your generous introduction. I am very, it's fortunate to be in the part of this program, and also in the auspicious of FERCI. I will be briefly speaking about the measures of human subject protections according to the ICMR guidelines, which we are bound to follow it. So research is a systematic investigation which is designed to develop a generalizable knowledge. And for that, we normally in a clinical research, we use the human beings as a living individual who an investigators conducting research obtains an information, biospecimens, or any information about the human subject. And we trying to use that observation or data to do a research. And for that, we require an oversight mechanism to see whether the human beings are protected and treated fairly and treated equally. So with this a little background about research, this the basic component, the foundations of research ethics is based on 4 big principles of bioethics: autonomy, a free choice where the individual has is will to decide whether he want to participate in a research or not, and what is a component of a research like beneficence, how it is how the research participation will be benefit the participation, and there'll be no harm in participation. That's why they have been re-stressed the word called non-maleficence, and whether there is a fairness in this conduct of the research, selection of the research subjects. So this is the basic foundations of all the principles which have been developed in 18 National Ethical Guidelines for Biomedical and Health Research involving human participants was developed and framed these guidelines by ICMR in 2017, and which is for us a local national guidelines for any research which we conduct in India. So this guidelines has many principles which are the principles of which we follow it in research ethics or in the human protection of human subject in our any research there. So we will just try to briefly go around each of these sub principles. These principles are classified as general principles and ethical principles. So general principles are like principles of essentiality, principle of professional competence, principle of can you remove that? There's a voluntariness, principles of maximum benefit, principle of non-exploitation, principle of institutional arrangements, principle of social responsibility, principle of transparency and accountability, principle of ensuring the privacy and confidentiality, principle of total responsibility, principle of risk minimization, and environmental protections. So principle of essentiality covers the research has to be conducted, and it has to be mean to say that the research is essential and for the human participant. Means if you can conduct the research, the same research not involving the human, and if you can desire, if you obtain the same results, we say that okay, it's fine. Now if you are, there's no other means other than human participation, then the research, the participation of human participant will be eligible. So the alternatives has to be explored to see whether we can have other than human participant in getting the knowledge. If it is not possible, then the human participation is justified. So principle of voluntariness says about right of the participants to agree or not to agree to participate in research or to withdraw from the research at any time, and that is very important. So here the principle of autonomy plays an important choice where in case of therapeutic medicine, the beneficence is a more important one, but in the research, the autonomy is more important, where individual is voluntary participation without any coercion is the most important part, and he can, anytime during the research can withdraw it. So his choice is more important because that altruistic behavior is important, because that is the basis of informed consent there. So informed consent is a process which is a shared decision making an investigator or a patient or a physician, and it is an active communicative process. And it is one of the basic right that I decide whether I want to participate in research or not. So there is no, if the research cannot be done without informed consent, so it cannot be done without informed consent. It has to be done with informed consent. So informed consent plays an important role in the research, especially the autonomy phase is the most important one. So, so components of informed consent is a capacity to consent. He has to have a capacity to consent, means he has to understand the information, appreciate the information. He has a cognition skills to reason it out, rationalize that information, and see that he is participating that in research, and he can communicate that I will participate. And it needs to be disclosed in a relevant information. What we provide information about the research has to be all relevant information. It can be in a level of comprehension where he can understand, and and we need to have alternatives to be suggested in participant information sheet, and what are the other choices they have if you don't participate. So volunteerness is the most important one, where that is, his participation is free from undue influence and no coercion there. So capacity, disclosure, or voluntariness is the most important. And during all the research proposal, the ethics committees will able to understand, we're able to review these components, especially whether the capacity, disclosure, and voluntariness of the consent. So informed consent consists of a participant information sheet. An information sheet on a project which the participant has to be phrased in a way that people can understand, in a language they can read and have read or told to them. And there is a consent form used to document the consent, whether he is agreeing or not agreeing to participate, and both are integrated into one document called informed consent form. So what does that information sheet contains? Purpose and methods, what is the insurance coverage, duration, frequency of the method, benefits to the participants and community and others, what is a possible stigmatizing condition, foreseeable risk, discomforts, inconvenience which may cause due to the research, how the data is protected, how the privacy confidentiality is protected in that, and how he can withdraw at any time during the research, and that doesn't come in the way of the care which is normally getting in the particular institution. Identity of the research team and contact person who is doing the research, and how they can contact them if there's any issues with that, alternative procedures and the treatment, and how the biological materials which they have collected, if any, how the data is processed, how the data is kept confidential, and how, if in the case of injury or how the compensation is given for that injury during the research process, and what happens, what is the dissemination of that research findings, and how the publication is done, and how the data is shared. All those information has to be planned in the informed consent form, which the person can understand, and it is a comprehensible one. So this is the basic elements of informed consent forms, and you can find these things in FERCI website and also in other websites. In principle of non-exploitation, research participants, when we are selected, have to be selected equitably. Equity is where that we have if we are doing a research in particular settings, if a person, just because we have access to them and they are at we have a influence over them, we can't be selected that they can't be selected like that. So it has to be in a selection, has to be in a fair process, and fair, they can give an informed consent, they can understand, and they can give their consent and document those consent. So benefits and burdens of the research are distributed fairly in those population. So it's not that we are selecting only those people who are at where the risks are more involved and the research results in more. So, and there is no discrimination in part of selection of that process. So that's about non-exploitation. So principle of social responsibility, the research is planned to avoid deep social and historical divisions. When we are doing a public health research or community-based research, the social fabric, the cultural fabric of the community cannot be disturbed. Because we are selecting some group of people, why are not selecting other group of people? And that should not divide the people or their social fabric. And in case of even when we are talking about the benefit sharing or the risk involved in the research. So not to disturb the social harmony which exists in the community relationship. Especially this happens in where the community culture, where the consent is a problem, where individual don't have they won't give an individual consent, but it is the leaders will try to be a gatekeepers in the selection in the consenting process, and if we insist. So there is a lot of process in that, where when we are having dilemmas, when we want an individual consent, but they're not ready to give it. So at that time we can't do a research, and we say that that creates a social disharmony where gatekeepers are not taken into consent into the confidence when compared to the individual participants there. Principle of risk minimization involves the probability and the magnitude of the possible harm which any research has some sort of a harm or a benefit. So what we are trying to say here is, what is the probability and what is the magnitude, what is the quantification of those harm, and that will vary from minimum to a significant in various research. And these harms may be a physical harm, a psychological harm, and a social and economic harms. So what we are trying to say is that in the principle of risk minimization is that where the risk of participation in the research has to be very minimal. And the ethical review procedures make sure that what is the other way of doing a research where the human participants have a least risk. So these are the ways which has to be found out to say that there is no considerable risk of participation where the risk is more than the benefit. So the types of risk which we normally quantified or some sort of assessed is less than minimal risk, the probability of the harm or discomfort anticipated in the research is nil or not expected. Like you have a secondary data analysis or the medical records, in anonymized medical records analysis, EMRs, big data analysis there. So minimal risk is the probability of harm or discomfort anticipated in the research that is not greater than ordinarily encountered in the routine daily lives. So in routine daily life, what we have a risk, if that risk, if participation in the research is not more than that, then we say it's a minimal risk. And minor increase over minimal risk or a low risk is that increment of the probability of harm or discomfort only little more than a minimum threshold. So, so the more than minimal risk or high risk involves the greater than minimal risk. Now here, this is a general statements, but once the ethical review procedures are done, when we are trying, ethics committee review this risk benefit ratio, they talk about to whose minimum we need to keep it as a control. Like for example, whose daily life, routine daily life, it's a patient daily life or a normal patient, or a, which is a comparable standard there. So that depends upon the research participant, research topic or research where their selection is done. So it's not a generalized one where we look at that average person in India, the risk may be different from the average person risk in US or any other country actually. So that depends on the each individual proposals, and the risk estimation is done based on the relevant to that particular one. So there is no precedent as such. The principle of professional competency inquires research should be done by the person who has a competency in that particular topic, and he has been adequately trained in the research methodology, and the ethical training has been done so that he has the competency to do the research. Because that's why we say sometimes there's a cross-disciplinary research where one person is doing a research on which is not his area of concern. So most of the time we see that whether the competency of the researcher is more important, whether he has published particular, done previous research on particular area, and how competent is that, then only the researchers can be allowed to do the research. So have the appropriate relevant qualification, experience and training in particular area of research is the most important. In particular area of research, what is doing, his competency may be different. He's highly competent, but the way the research area, what is doing is more important there. Principle of maximization of benefits, due care is taken to the design, conduct, so that the research will maximize the benefits. So research to the participants and to the society. So what are this nature of benefits? Benefits can occur to the participants themselves or others or society in general. So these are the types of benefits, like direct benefits, which arises out of the participation in the study. He may get a medical care, he gets a constant care, ancillary care sometimes, and indirect care is the represents the benefits occurred not due to because of intervention, but the other appendages associated with the participations. And aspirational benefits may be addressed to the long term, where the research institutions were established a long-term care to those population who they have been selected for the research there. The policies, institutional arrangements are most important, because there should be a guidance and the governance and administration for research. This is very important because most of the academic institutions are more concentrated in the academic part of their policies, but research policies are very less. The main important thing is how one should do a research in an institution. What are the basic standard operating procedures they have in a particular institutions, and what are the rules they have to follow it, and what the policies they have for responsible conduct of research and research integrity is the most important. And institutional arrangements has to be there, and taking the responsibility to provide the research facilities, basic facilities like research facilitation office, the grant applications office, so many things, the data sharing, how the data is stored, and who manages the data. There should be a policy in that particular aspects, and providing required infrastructure, manpower, funds, and training opportunities is the most important point of where the institution role plays in the conduct of the research, and especially in the human part protection. principle of transparency, accountability means like, for example, is that how the research is, prospectively registration of the trials, how the research are done, and how it is for example, if it is a systematic review, how the research is, the protocol is registered, and the public domains of registries and reports, scientific and other publications have, because research has to be disseminated. Research needs the translational actions where it has to be used for the evidence processing or knowledge translation. So that requires a dissemination process. And how the conflicts of interest, because most of the time the conflict of interest, how it is managed, how it is disclosed, and that should have a policy in the institution. And that this is conflict of interest is the most important part, because we often see this COI is commonly present everywhere. It's it's difficult, but still it can be managed by only disclosing that I have this interest, and this is my secondary interest, this is my primary interest. So that how institution should have a policy on that, so that that minimizes the that increases the transparency there. The fair, honest, impartial, and transparent manner guarantee the accountability in that. And related records, data, notes, and retained for the external scrutiny and audit. Most important is how much the data is, raw data of the research in the institution is available, or how the researchers make this data available to the external scrutiny, and how long they store it, and how it is, who has access to data is more important. And that shows about that principle of transparency, because the transparency is one of the component of instrumental value of the scientific research process. The principle of total responsibility, all the stakeholders in the research are responsible for their actions. The institution, the researchers, and the funders are important in the responsibility of the particular research. And professional, social, moral responsibilities compliant with ethical guidance. So these responsibilities has to be in particular with the local and national guidelines of those where the stakeholders are involved. So principle of environmental protection, which is the one important where when we are doing a research, and how we are conversant with the local laws, and which are ensuring the protection of the environment. Indirectly it protects the human subject in participation. So these are the previous one was general principles, and this is the general ethical issues which are concerned with the research ethics. Benefit risk assessment, ancillary care, informed current process, conflict of interest, privacy and confidentiality, selection of vulnerable research participants, distributive justice, community engagement, compensation for the health research related harm, post-research access and benefit sharing, and the payment for participation. Payment of participation is different from compensation of research related harm, actually. So measuring the risk and benefits, the guidance on risk and benefits call for estimation of a risk benefit ratio. So as we have previously discussed, what are the benefits of a participation and what is the risk in participation? So that has to be weighed, and the benefits of participation should be more than the risk of participation. Then naturally the participation is ethical. So there are different methods and various criteria are there to estimate that, but this estimation is the most important part. And when the ethical review procedures occur in ethics committee, this ratio assessment is the most important component where how much is the risk, how much is the benefit, and whether it's favorable for the participant human to participate in the research. So ancillary care is those like care which is given for non-research related conditions and incidental findings. It happens that we are not like, you are doing a research where only a particular disease you're what under research, whatever is related to that I'm going to treat, but not unrelated to that. No, when the person participant is in the trial or a research, all other care which are not related to the research should be ensured to the participant. And this is one of the important information which has to be even given in this informed consent forms. And what sometimes the incidental findings occurs, those findings which you don't foresee it, and this may happen, and sometimes the research has to design in such a way in the way that these are anticipated findings, or it may not be anticipated, but you have to take care of those findings, and how these findings are treated has to have some plan during the proposal. And if this occurs during the participation in the research, provide such compensation does not amount to undue inducement. So that's why it's not that we are trying to give this care and make him to induce to participate in the research. No, it is due to it is a compensation which you are giving to a particular incidents which occurred due to non-foreseeable risk, or it may be to some unrelated care, research care. The principles of privacy and confidentiality. Privacy is about the people, a sense of being in control or access that others have to have ourselves. Like, for example, right to be protected, and privacy is in the eye of the participant. What is where do you take that information, informed consent? What is the location of the informed consent, where you're taking, how we are taking it, how the research data is retrieved, how the examinations are done. The privacy is about those information about the place and the time. And when you come about the information which you're getting from that, how the identifiable information, how it has maintained and it is stored, and who has access of that information. So is the extension of a privacy is confidentiality, and it is about the data, and it is about the people in case of the privacy. And why do we require that? Privacy is to respect the subject's human dignity and personhood. And it is to obtain, if there is a privacy and dignity and the person is able to give a valid data, and to ensure that the research can continue without losing that credibility as an enterprise that gives a benefits. But in case of confidentiality, is a contract between a researcher and a subject, saying that how you maintain that particular data, store it, and who has an access about those data, and how we are going to disseminate those data in your dissemination process, actually. So the standards of care is that in case of a control, or what is a care, or which care has to be given. Like, we have a study arm which has your intervention care which you are trying to do it, and compare it with what? Compare it with a universal care, or a national care, or a locally available, or a whatever. How do we follow that? How do we justify that is the most important. So when universal care is the best one, but when it is not appropriate, the minimum is the best treatment available by the best possible national available care. Sorry about the English typo there. So best treatment that is nationally available, one which we try to use it as in the control group. And that's again a long debate that what is the standards, because local standard or international standard or a national standard. But uniform is that in international standard is be better, but if it's not possible, then we say about locally available standard. So selection of vulnerable population and special groups as a research participants. Vulnerability is a distinctive precariousness in the condition of a subject where it is a state of being laid open or especially exposed to something injurious or otherwise or undesirable. So characteristically mindful of certain others who are disposed to capitalize on such weakness. So what it means is they are in such a position that others can capitalize on them and use that weakness to their purpose. So that is a vulnerability status. So vulnerability is a most common thing, and there are different types of vulnerabilities which occur. This cognitive vulnerability, the judicial vulnerability, differential vulnerability, medical vulnerability, allocational vulnerability, and infrastructural vulnerability. So what are those things is like people, the cognitive is they're not able to think properly. They can't able to give the consent. And you have a differential social vulnerability there. Jurisdiction vulnerability where it may be due to prisoners there. And medical vulnerability, they have a disease condition where they can't take a decision there. A locational one, they are have a health care which has may not been given, or they don't have access, availability to and affordability to the care. But when we offer them a participate in research, they feel that, okay, if I participate in research, I'll get a care, so I'll participate. So this is what about the allocational. So there are different types of, in a student, in the power equations were very common. We employ the students, children's, socioeconomic vulnerability. So there are so many things are there where we can, the people try to capitalize on that and and that vulnerability status makes them to participate in the research. And that thinking that if they participate, if the vulnerable persons participate in research, what happens is it is, there are a lot of things are there where it invalidates the informed consent because they don't understand informed consent. So the autonomy is lost, and we are not doing the equitable distribution of the the selection of the patients. And if they can't give informed consent, then we can't do a research. So these are then the principle of exploitation comes, where they are exploited for the research benefits. So assessing vulnerability is the most important, ethical review procedures of the proposals, and it's a very important one actually. Distributive justice, it aligns with the vulnerability in the way the individuals, communities are selected in such a way that benefits and burdens of the research are equitably distributed, and how they are selected. Vulnerable groups should be avoided. A research should not lead to a social and ethnic inequalities, which I had discussed previously. And justice forbids exposing one group of people to the risk of the research solely for the benefit of another group. For example, if there is it's called as helicopter research. Helicopter research is that where a researcher from a developed country comes to a developing country, and he does a research. And he does a research, but the research benefits are not to the particular developing country, but it's for the developed country. And these people are being utilized for those benefits, and they don't get the benefits there. So this is, and he comes there and he does a research, and he goes back with the findings, and he uses the research in the particular other community there. So that distributive justice must be ensured when we are doing about research, especially in case of the public health researches or social behavior research or any other research as such. Community engagement is the most important one, because we are selecting the participant from the community, and the sample is a representative of the community. And in case of a clinical trial, there is a component called public and patient engagement. What it means is, how did you develop a research question, and how the patient and community was involved in the research question, so that it has a social beneficial value to that research. And if we are not involving them, and we are just doing the research for without involving those people, and the research questions are are not developed because it's because of what they are experiencing the problems and they are trying to solve by research, then the research has a least social value there. So community engagement is more important because of it will increase if they are participating in the research process of developing a research question or how to disseminate the informed consent, or how the informed consent has to be developed. If you have a communication with them and try to develop that, and it is a more participatory research, it becomes more participatory research there. So then one of the important component is that we have what's called community advisory board, which is an interface between the community and the researchers, and that will ensure that there will be a good participation in the research, and they decide what type of research questions to be answered, because it is requirement for them. So dissemination also is and because actually the end result of any research is to go back to the community for the patient use or a community use. So participation of the community, engagement requires the involvement of them, having a dialogue with them, and having a plans to include them, so that the community, a layman can also be from the community advisory board in the EC, and where he can understand that what is happening, and he can, and those people are helpful in mobilizing the informed consent, selecting, and also the process of participation in the research by the community members and selection. The post-research access and benefit sharing, what happens is we complete the research and we are happy with our findings, and everybody participated. And what happens after the research? For the control group, all the participants in the research and the wider community is the most important, because we get our data and we publish it, or sometimes it may be a trial that we go to drugs, pharmaceutical companies get the patent. But what happens to the people who are we have generated the data from them? So how the post-trial treatment should be provided, or access to be provided to the control group and to the intervention group, and who provides the treatment, and how long they should provide the treatment, and how should the treatment or the research is available to the whole community after the research, how they are available. These things has to be decided before the study begins. So this has to be planned before the study begins. If there is a favorable effectiveness of a particular drug, and how this happens, who gets the benefit, how they get the benefit, how long they get the benefit, is the most important point, and has to be upfront decided before the study begins in the proposal. And EC has to consider all this information. The next part of the principles is the responsible conduct of the research, which has these components called values of research, policies, planning and conduct of research, specific issues, reviewing and reporting research, responsibility of authorship and publication, research misconduct and policies for handling the misconduct, registrations of clinical trial registry in the registry, and collaborative research. So values of research, when we think of these values, if you see the instrumental values of research is the openness, collegiality, transparency, accountability, objectivity. So these instrumental values can be obtained by the core values like accuracy, efficiency, fairness, objectivity, reliability, accountability. See, that's why the science and the ethics goes in hand. Science is more of objective in nature, but science is performed on, the research is performed on humans, we are subjectives. So the ethics is goes hand in hand with science. It can be a good science, but there'll be a bad ethics, which you can see in many of the research proposals. So science has to be, go hand with the ethics, and there is inseparable, and it's it can't be differentiated. Ethics deals with the emotions. No, it deals with, but you are dealing with the data which is getting it from the humans who has emotions, who is subjective. So naturally, that is, we cannot differentiate between ethics with the science. And to have a good research, we have ethical values of a researcher or stakeholders or anybody. This is what the values of research: honesty, accuracy, efficiency, fairness, objectivity. All this comes under research. The scientist is a responsible member of a society. Now, we believe in science. Research is based on a trust. The trust is told about the study. The truth is told about the study. So we tell about the study, and science. People believe in science because we are telling truth. If we stop telling the truth, the society doesn't believe in the science. So trust comes from doing what you say. So when that trust is lost, there is no belief in the science actually. So we need to uphold the research integrity with vigilance, professionalism, and collaborativity. Maintain the high standards in the work, understand the policies, raise the questions, the problems promptly and professionally, strive to be generous and collegial colleague. So this is most important part of a responsible conduct of a research. Societal and the cultural impact of the research. We don't see the things as they are, we see things as we are, because we have an observational problem. Because when I say this, a particular apple is apple, somebody will say it's something else different, because his contortion or his conclusion of that particular thing is different because he has experienced differently. So researchers and participants are different worlds, and maybe different because the cultural experiences. So there is an implicit bias in that. So researchers' unexamined beliefs, assumptions they make unconsciously might also affect the way they process the data and information. This happens even when the researchers don't deliberately accept certain prejudices and stereotype. These stereotype and prejudices are most common, and we tend to look the world in our own way, not in the research participants' way. So what happens is that we induce a bias in that interpretation or inferencing the data there. So in that way, we say the cultural competency in the research is the most important point. So we can talk about cultural competency in research, how to develop that in different settings, but cultural competency is more important in the research there to recognize those differences. So mentoring, someone who takes special interest in helping another person to develop into a successful professional, has a professional experience with challenges that will be faced with the mentee, communicates the experience to the mentee, assists the mentee in understanding and adhering to the standards of the conduct within the profession, teaches the responsible conduct explicitly and by example. So mentoring is the most important one, where we are trying to develop another professional, and how we conduct responsibly, ethically is the one which we transfer it to the younger individual or early career researchers. So good mentoring or good mentee is the most important part of responsible conduct of the research. The policies, protection of human participants, the need of an institutional policy. So I had a previous slide I had stressed about each institution. If they say that my institution is a research institution, first thing they should have a policy. What is the policy? Responsible conduct of the research. It's very important because we always ask them, our people, to publish, do research. But do we have a policy? We have some, unless there's a policy, a system process, it's difficult for, otherwise it becomes difficult for a responsible conduct the research, and we see a research misconduct very often. Research integrity policy means if there is a misconduct, how it is investigated, how it is inquired, and what is the process of those inquiry, and how it is managed is more important. So you need a policy of that. ICMR has brought about a policy of research and publication ethics integrity policy. I think institutions should take care of that and use that policy, and can try to adapt to your settings and develop a policy. And policy should assign also to responsibility to the institutions, EC and researchers. What are the responsibility, and how the policies where you set up a EC, and EC has to follow the all the requirements of the local regulatory bodies, and institution has to provide all the facilities to do that, for the EC to follow those regulations and provide a sufficient infrastructure facility for them, so that means that they are able to do it independently, review the procedure ethics proposals, and try to protect the human research subjects there. Animal experimentations, there are guidelines are there, ICMR guidelines of human care, use of laboratory animals, committee for the proposal for control and supervision of experiments on animals. So all these policies has to be conversant with those in the institutions, and they should able to educate, communicate, disseminate this information to the researchers, so they know this, and so when they follow this, they able to follow this to have a good responsible conduct of the research.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. We have just 5 more minutes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. The conflict of interest, faced with the 2 or more competing interests, creating a perception that we always have 2 interests. We have primary interest is different, secondary interest will be there, which conflicts with a particular position. So these conflicts may be financial one or non-financial one, like career advancement, fame, power, family, service to the patient. So that will affect the research, and disclosure of this conflict of interest, the most important. Management and institutions should have the policies on that. Data acquisition and management sharing, data handling, managing how data is handled, managed transparently, the research process, how the planning has been done has to be, data management plan has to be, upfront proposed. It should be there in the proposal, and these expertise has to be used in the project team, and all the regulations for understand the data collection management, and also for the how the funder requires the data, the journals when you publish it, how the data is shared with them, government agencies has to be conversant with those policies. Reviewing the report of the research, public trust is based on the research, based on published research, an essential component, and reviewers and editors are evaluating research should be transparent, truthful, because most of the reviewers we see they steal the data and try to publish somewhere else, and this happens very commonly about stalling the publication. So it has to be in conversant with those community of publication ethics guidelines, and transparency pertains to both to the research side and to the researchers. Authorship is important because that is the most contentious area where the credits to researchers and who gets a credit, and everything is depends upon the authorship, because how many papers we have in first publication, second publication, all this H index, or all those citation measures are done like that. So, but it has to have a policy there, and there is already guidelines, ICGME guidelines for authorship, and institution to develop them authorship policies for those issues. Peer reviews to validate the academic and research work, increases the networking for possibilities to the research communities, and it is only widely accepted research validation which has continued for 350 years, means it's only accepted method to validate the research. And that's why the peer reviewing is a more ethical responsibility, and fairness, honesty, and transparency is most important among the editors, reviewers, and researchers. Misconduct is which we when we fail in our integrity, when we do a misconduct can be a fabrication, falsification, plagiarism, and the other two types called as evasion from good research practice and questionable research practices. And it also there are so many things are there in the research misconduct, and a policy on this is the most important, how to avoid this research misconduct and maintain the research integrity. Collaborations, collaboration is one of the instrumental values of the science. We need to have collaborative research, and there are many components of that collaboration, how the ethical consideration, what are responsibilities of institution, how the data is shared, how the benefits and burdens are distributed, who is the ownership of the data analysis, and what are the workload, and if any research are done in international collaborations, the health ministry screening committee is there, which has to be, they have to approve those collaborative proposals. Ethical review procedures. Independent ethics committee is members of health professional, non-medical members whose responsibility to protect the rights, safety, and well-being of human beings, and to provide public assurance that protection of that and the scientific process has an integrity. So there are different component members are like this pictogram I have represented for the lack of time. So I think the other speaker will also speak on this. So I think most of you will conversant with this basic structure of an ethics committee there, and minimum is the 5 is a quorum required. And elements of that is the elements of establishment of IEC, terms of reference, composition, criteria, training, responsibilities, submission, review procedures, types of review, multi-centric research, continuing review, site monitoring, record keeping, and administrations. These are the part of this review procedures. So any research proposal is evaluated for these elements, that is social value, scientific design, benefit risk assessment, selection of participant, payment for participation, protection, privacy, community considerations, review of informed consent process, disclosure of conflict of interest, qualification of the researchers, and compensation related to the injury. So when we submit a proposal, it goes to the scientific review committee. Some institution has scientific review committee and ethics committee are the same. It goes to, if it is approved, it goes to the ethics committee, or it gets revised and it gets forwarded to the ethics committee. It can be exempted from the review, and if it is not exempted, then it will go for expedited review. It may go for the full board review. And if full board review, the decisions are approved, minor revision, major revision, or they're rejected. Registration of ethics committees are important. So for regulatory clinical trials, they should go for the registration with the SETSCO or with the DHR, with non-regulatory one. And for accreditation, there are different processes. Has been in a video, it has been shown that accreditations of the ethics committees can be done. Clinical trial of drugs and interventions. I'll just take another 4 minutes time. Please allow me. Participants receive the intervention. There's a clinical trial which the specific interventions for according to research plan. There are many types of research clinical trials are there, and some are regulatory in nature, some are non-regulatory in natures. And these clinical trials has to follow the guidelines, local guidelines in particular, and also general universal guidelines. The clinical trials and drugs like phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 are preclinical phases, and it can these are a few examples. I think you're all well conversant with those examples. Clinical trial has to be registered in the clinical trial registry of India, and it is compulsory. Even a postgraduate research or a PhD research has to be registered prospectively. It can't be registered retrospectively. Research on children, they are not small adults or not dolls. So principles of best interest prevails here, and evolving capacity of the child. And child possible refusal objection should be respected. And if the difference of the opinion between child and parents, legal opinion, the child will is more important. So assent, assent means I agree to participate. It is not consent, it is assent. I agree, that's all. So 0 to 7 years, we don't require assent, but parental consent is required. Parental assent with parental consent is required. And also with adults, the assent must be stored and respected. Also, in addition to that, the parental consent is required. So this continuing review, the review has to be at regular intervals, at least once in a year. Evaluate the progress of the proposals, compensations. So these are the reasons why we need to continue the review, and any protocol deviations and violations there. Record keeping, all documentation be dated, filed, preserved, and all records must be kept for 3 years after completion of the study. In case of clinical trial, regulatory trial, it has to be archived for 5 years. And they're easy to describe, and they should describe mechanism to retrieval of this, archival in their SOPs. Biological test, biobank is an organized collection of resources that can be accessed to retrieve the human biological material and data for research purpose. It can be leftover, or it can be collected from the earlier studies. So it requires collection, storage, and retrieval. The issues are like how data, it can be data sets, can be health registry, disease, health data from the EMR, EHRs, or surveys, surveillance, registries data, how the privacy and confidentiality of data has to be assessed for this, and how the data is anonymized, or how it is identifiable, how it is disseminated, how it is processed, has to be assessed by the EC committee or by the researchers, has to describe those processes. Okay. So human genetic testing and research. So there are different screening methods are there, and therapeutic consumption is most common especially in this. What a therapeutic misconception is, when I participate in a research, I tend to get the therapeutic care, which you normally don't get it, because it's a research. You may get, you may not get it. So that is a misconception. That misconception invalidates the informed consent. So the policy on the screening of career status, social stigmatization, group or community consent, cultural sensitive issues, and screening for late onset diseases or need to refill, and how the pre and post test non-directive counseling, all these things has to be, especially has to be assessed and also described when during the proposals and in this type of research. And opt-in and opt-out system, whether I want to know the results or I don't want to know the results. Again, the consent will be in that process. So human genetic testing and research, ethical issue research, ownership of the biological sample, how do you transfer this biospecimen outside India or inside India, and this requires a regulatory requirement. And return of research to the results, how it is affecting them, and how it affects their care and insurance. So many things involved in this particular types of research. Different types of consent process: blanket, triad consent, specific consent, delayed consent, dynamic consent, withdrawal of the consent, waiver, and reconsent. So many issues are there in this type of research. Public health research is basically which demographic surveillance registries, implementing research, program evaluations, and it should confine to the public health ethics, research ethics, and harm principles, where principle of least infringement and proportionality and precautionary principles place into picture there. Socio-behavioral research, research risks are non-measurable, dynamic in nature, and it should ensure the equity there, risk assessment, harm to the dignity, psychological and emotional harm, or information what we are doing it, how it is risk, that risk is there. So there may be an important like deception, active deception or incomplete disclosure, authorized deception. These are the ways which you can sometimes are approved for the collection of the data from in the social science behavior research. So research during humanitarian and emergencies disasters, in these cases, an event which occurs a threat to the health, safety, of well-being, research can be done in those instances, but preemptive research participation in future, you always sometimes, and there will be a particular cyclical occurrence, or you may project something to happen, and you can have a proposal ready, and then get an immediate EC for the clearance of the proposal, and review of the proposal and inform concern issues in that, and how the risk is minimized and equitably distributed for the benefits and the risks. These are the issues which are there in particular research area. So I have covered most of the point. I'm sorry, I was, it's so much are there, but I could able to confine within 6 minutes. And ethics is not about following rules, rather it falls concerns how we foster a climate of cooperation or reasoning for human subject protection. Most important thing is ethics committees can only direct, make it very, ethically viable proposals, give suggestions to make it protect the human subjects. But actually the one person who is most important, who can protect the human research participant is the investigator. The intelligent, informed, conscious, compassionate, responsible investigator offers the best protection for human subjects. So the researchers are more important, because if they are responsible, then the human research subjects are protected. So I convey my sincere thanks and humble pranams to Dr. Nandini Kumar, with whom I started my bioethics career in 2008, Dr. Wasantha Mutuswamy, and Dr. Lakshmi Narayan. Thank you very much for this opportunity to given. Stop.
Thank you, sir. That was truly enlightening and very relevant to be known and followed by all the researchers. There are some questions in the chat box, which we will address in the end if time permits. If anyone has more questions, kindly put them in the chat box and we will address them eventually. Now we proceed to the second talk of the day. Dr. Pallavi will introduce the speaker, Dr. Wasantha Mutuswamy.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjini. I deem it a great honor to be introducing our next speaker for the day, Dr. Wasantha Mutuswamy. Dr. Wasantha Mutuswamy retired as a Senior Deputy Director General and Chief of Division of Basic Medical Sciences in Traditional Medicine and Bioethics, and Division of Reproductive Health and Nutrition from the Indian Council of Medical Research in the year 2008, after 3 decades of service in different capacities. An undergraduate student from Kolkata and a postgraduate student in gynecology from Chennai, Madam was selected by ICMR as a talent search scholar in 1975. After a stint at Taxemia Research Unit, Varning Vilas Hospital, Bengaluru, she moved to Division of Contraceptive Research at the Institute of Research in Reproduction at Mumbai, and then to ICMR Headquarters Office at New Delhi in the year 1982. She was also a director at the Institute of Immunohematology in Mumbai for 2 years. She has played a major role in the area of drug development, including traditional medicine, genetics and genomics, hematological disorders, ethics of animal and human experimentation. A WHO fellow at the Kennedy Institute of Ethics, Georgetown University, Madam is well recognized for bringing out the ICMR's ethical guidelines for Biomedical Research on Human Subjects in the year 2000, and the revised version, Ethical Guidelines for Research on Human Participants in the year 2006. She has been a member of ethics-related committees at WHO, TDR, UNESCO, and is a founder secretary of Forum for Ethics Review Committees in Asia Pacific for 10 years. Madam was a faculty in bioethics and GCP workshops in more than 30 countries. She has received Lifetime Achievement Awards from the Indian Society of Clinical Research, Indian Journal of Medical Ethics, Forum for Ethics Review Committees in Asia Pacific, and Yanapoya University. She is currently the president of FERCI, chairperson of Ethics Advisory Committee at NCDIR, and an advisor at Center of Clinical Research and Ethics at PSG Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Coimbatore. She continues to be a steering committee member of Forum for Ethics Review Committee in Asia Pacific and has participated in the accreditation of ethical committees in member countries for strategic initiative for developing the capacity of ethical review recognition. She has recently taken over as a chairperson of the Central Ethics Committee for Human Research under ICMR, which is specifically reviewing all COVID-19 related proposals developed and coordinated by ICMR, and released the ethical guidelines for review of research related to COVID-19 pandemic in April 2020. Madam, on behalf of the management, faculty, and students of Dayananda Sagar College of Dental Sciences, Bengaluru, I extend a very warm welcome to you. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, I'm just unmuted by you. I was muted so far. Similarly, please allow me to share the screen. It says the organizers have not allowed me to share the screen. Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you have disabled. Please enable me to do the screen sharing.
Just a second, ma'am. We'll do it. Ma'am, I think it has been enabled.
Okay.
You can start sharing the screen.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am, we can see.
Okay. Good morning to everybody. And thank you for the introduction. I'm so happy to see that almost more than 300 people are participating in this program. And it shows the interest and the need for everybody to understand what are the ethical guidelines and the regulations in this country. Of course, these are all topics which are very huge, as you have seen that the Dr. Chandrashekar, he had to cover such a huge topic within the short time. And similarly, when you are going to talk about the regulation part of it, again, it's a very big area. I'll try to see that it is done within the short time. Of course, so for the first time, I'm not going to talk anything about ethics and ethical guidelines. It's going to be more about the GCP and the NDCT or the New Drug Clinical Trial Rules. When we are looking at, you heard about the guidelines, now I'm going to talk about the law. So if you see the difference between the codes or guidelines which are there and the law, a law is something which is within a walled area. If you are following the legal provisions, you are safe within the boundary. If you cross the boundary, you will be penalized because the law fixes the punishments, the responsibilities, and it gives the accountability of those who are involved. But when you look at the codes and the guidelines, this is just a roadmap. It sets the standards so that no one does get lost in this. You know how to go, where to go, how to go, do about it. At the same time, you don't follow guidelines, you can't be really punished as such unless somebody does a complaint. The punishment is not written in the guidelines. It only thinks that guidelines are there. It's up to you for your conscience to follow the guidelines. And that's the reason we have been working on making the ICMR guidelines into law for many years, which of course ultimately it has happened now. But of course, if there is a breach of standards as per the guidelines, one can determine punishment in the different ways. So we'll have to understand this is the distinct. That's why whenever we are talking about guidelines, we should also know what are the parallel laws which are which are relevant to these areas, so that you don't do anything, don't cross the boundary and don't get into difficulties. Now you heard about the ethical guidelines, okay. Now we are going to talk about the good clinical practice. Why it is that the GCP is important and GCP certification is required for all the investigators, especially those who are doing clinical trial. It's mandatory now that you have to have a GCP certificate. So what is GCP? Of course, GCP means it's a good clinical practice. Here we are not talking about the clinical ethics. We are not talking about the practice ethics. Whatever we are going to talk is all restricted to the research only, the medical research. So it should have been called the good clinical research practice. At that point of time, it was termed as GCP and the terminology still continues. But then it's basically GCP is good clinical research practices. So it's an international ethical and scientific quality standard for designing, conducting, recording, and reporting clinical trials that involve participation of human subjects. Now, when we are talking about GCP, the word subjects are used. Many of you who are aware of the ICMR guidelines, who have been involved in the different training programs earlier, you know very well, we don't use the subjects anymore in the ICMR. We feel the word subject means you are subjecting somebody to a lower position than yourself, and you are reducing the value of that individual. And in a research environment, the most important person is the research participant. If there is no research participant, you can't do any research. So the heroines of any research is the human participants who are there. And so you should not call them as subjects anymore. That's why if you see that when I was introduced, it was said that we brought out the ICMR guidelines on ethical guidelines for human research subjects in 2000, but in 2006, we changed the term into human research participants. By the time, during our discussions, we realized the word subject is not correct, but still, as far as this particular presentation is concerned, I use the word subject, which of course I am not very happy to use the word subjects, but I have to use it because as far as the GCP is concerned, they have still not changed it to participant, although internationally at the moment discussions are going on that the human participant is a better word than subjects. So the GCP, which is generally followed, is the ICA GCP, which is the International Committee on Harmonization. We started as an international conference on harmonization. It became an international committee on harmonization in 96. And that was mainly for the clinical trials concerned. So you can see that anything we are talking about GCP is related to the clinical trials regulations. It's not for the other types of research, but when you go into the details of what are the necessity which is being described under this, it is applicable to all types of research. So as per this is the ICH GCP definition, but if you look at the WHO handbook for GCP, which came out in 2005, it says that GCP is a process that incorporates established ethical and scientific quality standards for design, conduct, recording, and reporting of clinical research. So the WHO has itself changed the word from the trials into the clinical research. So although it started for a clinical trial, it is applicable for all kinds of research, and that's the reason all investigators have to undergo training in GCP in along with the guidelines involving the participation of human subjects. So if you look at the concept of this GCP, which was, of course, the guideline first came out in 96, recently in 2016, like any other guideline, this is also modified. I'll tell you what is the modification later on. So the concept is, it's an international scientific and ethical quality standard for collecting the data, for reporting the data before the designing the study, recording the study, then finally producing the report. So it has two major components. One is the components related to the patient safety or the participant safety. So this is to protect the rights of participants. And naturally, all that which is given in their guideline, whether it's ICMR guideline or other international guidelines regarding the human research participants, will also have to be considered under GCP. That's one of the major part of it. The second part of the GCP guideline or a GCP is about the credibility of data. Because we always say, if your data is not good, if your data is not valuable, if it's not correctly collected, correctly recorded and reported, then your science becomes bad. So bad science leads to bad ethics. So the credibility of data is very, very important in research. It's not just what you do is important, whatever you have done, how you are recording the data, how are you going to interpret the data, and what is the kind of a decision you are going to finally come out as a report, and then you are going to use the data for the public health importance. So the entire ICP is therefore of two components of the patient safety and the data safety and the data credibility. So look at the history of GCP, why it started. The background is, of course, related to the global drug market. There were national laws and regulations. Of course, every country has its own national laws and regulations. So when the pharmaceutical industries want to market a product in a particular country, it becomes very difficult for them. In every country, the procedures were different, the requirements were different. So when they are producing a product document, it has to vary from country to country. So it was delaying the products reaching the market in any country. And it became very time consuming. Naturally, it became very expensive. The more and more they spend for doing every time the data collection, that is going to be very expensive. It was resulted in the rising the costs of the healthcare, and of course the delay in the public expectation for new, safe and efficacious treatments. So the whole purpose of this ICH, which started, is to harmonize the regulations and guidelines for drug development. So if you look at the whole world was involved in that, there are main groups are the Japanese drug development authorities, the United States, the US FDA, and then the European Drug Regulatory Agency, the EMA. These are the ones which are mainly concerned about these discussions. And of course, they were added by other agencies, other regions also, including the health authorities and pharmaceutical companies from WHO, Canada, the Nordic group of countries, Australia, everything. So you can see that more or less all the countries in the world, the industry, the regulatory authorities were involved in coming together and come out with these guidelines. So whatever is applicable in US is also applicable in Europe, same is in Japan, same in India, same in any other country. So what happened once the ICH GCP was released in 96, every country started adopting it. Of course, there can be some regional, local, slight variations may be there, but generally everybody follows the ICH. That's why anybody doing clinical trial, you have to say that you have to be abiding by the ICH GCP. Of course, depending on the countries, you have to also follow the national GCPs which are there. What is important, what was this ICH GCP originally came out? It came out with the guidelines for 4 major categories, which was called the ICH topic codes. Of course, the first is upon quality of the product, which talks about the chemical and pharmaceutical quality assurance. The second is the safety of the product. It talks about the in vitro and in vivo testing which is done and the preclinical animal experimentation. Then of the efficacy of the trials, This is where mainly we are concerned. It's about the clinical studies in human beings, the clinical trials, and the various other studies. Of course, they had something called a multidisciplinary code, which is of course gives about the terminologies and different standards. And so this QSEM is what is the major categorization of the ICH GCP guideline. So this I will not go into the detail. This is just to tell you what are under the quality codes. You have a lot of things about the product quality. Under the safety codes, what are the different tests which have to be done in the animal experimentation as well as the in vivo and in vitro testing. And what we are concerned today when we are talking about the GCP is the efficacy code, in which comes the E6. The efficacy code also, there are 15 different categories starting from clinical safety, study reports, pharmacogenomics and everything. But what is important is the E6, which is what is to be followed under the GCP training. E6 is the GCP, good clinical practice. The one which came out in 96 was called R1 because 2016, the revision is called R2, the revision 2. And this is what we'll have to know the details. So what does it talk about? It gives all the stakeholders a unified standard framework as to how to conduct clinical trials to conform to the high scientific and ethical standards. So it talks about the standards of clinical trial with the designing, the conduct, the recording, and the reporting. And if you look at ICH GCP principles, you have been now heard about the ICMR ethical guidelines and the components of it. Of course, there are various international guidelines which we will have to follow, like the Nuremberg Code, the Helsinki Declaration, the WHO guidelines, and the UNESCO guidelines. There are so many international guidelines are also there. But you look at the ICH GCP principles, there's nothing different from any of these ethical guidelines. It talks first, what are the principles? There are 13 principles under the ICH GCP. First is the conduct trials according to the GCP. So you have to follow the entire document. You have to weigh the risks and benefits. You have to protect the subjects. You have to have adequate information to justify trial. So that means your scientific data, the preclinical data which is generated, your literature survey, everything comes under this. You have to write a sound protocol. You have to receive an IRB or an IEC approval. It says IRB because in the Western countries they use the word Institutional Review Board. In India, we don't say IERB, we prefer to say IEC or the Institutional Ethics Committee. So approval has to be taken. We have to have qualified physicians. Anybody and everybody cannot do clinical trials. You have to be qualified. You must have the necessary experience. You must have the degrees and the certificates. As far as Indian regulations are concerned, you know that you have to have a postgraduate degree also, even in the ethics committee members there. So use qualified support staff. So qualified in the sense they should be trained along with their other qualities. You have to obtain informed consent from the participants. You have to record information appropriately. Recording what is all the GCP, if you see all the good non-GCP, or if you see all the good practices, good ethical practice, good clinical practice, good regulatory practices, good manufacturing practice, everything, when you see good laboratory practices, all good practices are nothing but documentation. You have to have very accurate documentation of what you are doing. If you have not documented it, it is said in GCP, you have not done it. If you don't have any records, even if you say I have done it, nobody is going to accept it. So you have to, whatever you do, you have to record. So recording information appropriately is the most important component of any good practices. You have to protect the confidentiality of the individuals. You have to handle the investigational products appropriately. There is the whole document is there as to how do you handle the products. You have to understand it. And of course, the most important is for everything concerned, whether it is the products, whether it's the trial, whether it's the ethics committees, whether it's the monitoring, we'll come to what are the different components of it. Everywhere, what is necessary is the quality. So quality is the main terminologies which have to be remembered, that unless we have a good quality, the whole thing goes waste. The Indian GCP guidelines also came out in 2000. As I said, the 96 IC GCP was adopted by different countries. The Indian GCP guideline was formulated by the Central Drug Standard Authority in India in 2001. This follows ICMR ethical guidelines of 2000 TOTO. So they've taken everything from the 2000 ICMR guidelines. At that time, since we use the word subjects, so the Indian GCP also uses the word subject. I understand this is now undergoing change, and probably it was supposed to have come in 2020. Maybe it will come out in 2021. And I think now they will change from subject to participants in that. What are the things which the ICH GCP guidelines say? It gives the responsibility of the different stakeholders involved in research. Okay, who are the different? Of course, the patient is in the central fold. As I said, they are the heroes and heroines of research or trials or anything. They are the main persons whose safety has to be protected. So who are the other people who are responsible? Of course, the investigator and the site staff who actually conduct the research, the ethics committee, the IEC, which gives the approval, the regulatory authorities, who are going to give the regulatory approvals wherever it is needed, the sponsors who does the funding. It can be private sponsors, it can be government sponsors, it can be the institution itself can become a sponsor, and sometimes the individual investigators themselves can also become a sponsor if they are spending money for doing the research which they are doing. So sponsored is one who is giving the funding for doing the research. Then in between the sponsors and the investigators, we have two more people who are responsible. One is a CRO, is a contract research organization, which is appointed by many of the pharmaceutical industry to help the investigators in actually conducting the trial. So they have certain responsibilities. And there are monitors to see that whether research is conducted properly. These monitors also have different types of monitor. The monitors can be from sponsors, monitors can be from the ethics committees, the monitors can be from the regulatory authorities. There are different monitors are there. So what is their responsibility? Something which is important. Of course, as far as this document is concerned, mainly they are talking about the monitors appointed by the pharma industry. Then they, of course, the most important, the investigators' responsibilities, where they talk about the qualification, the agreement they have to sign, the adequate resources that should fair, how will they take up medical care of trial subjects, which you already heard some of them from Dr. Chandrashekar. What is the communication mechanism with the institutional ethics committees? What do you mean by compliance to the protocol? And if you change any changes from the protocol, the amendments are there, how do you handle it? And the investigational product, how they are going to handle. There also is the investigator's responsibility to take the informed consent from the participants. And there is a process, it's an informed consent process by which the whole exercise starts before the trial, because you have to prepare the document, do the screening, you have to return the document, you have to get the consent procedures, and there, of course, if the person has a whether they have the autonomy to give consent, or if they don't have a diminished autonomy, what are the various procedures, what are the approved versions of the consent document, whether the translations are done properly, and how do you do the checking of translations, and wherever necessary, the reconsenting has to be done. So informed consent process is a whole lot of things from starts from before the trial till the end of the trial, even in the publication. If you're going to publish somebody's data, you have to take their consent. If you want to publish photographs without their consent, you can't publish photographs. So the responsibility of consent process, it continues, and it is the main investigator's responsibilities. They can't give it to anybody else. Even if you give it to somebody else, that response, you have to record it, why you are given to somebody and who is the person who is responsible. The investigator is also responsible for the recording of the data, the completing, the filling of the forms, archival of the information, the reporting, and of course the safety reporting of adverse events which is happening. It has to be, the timelines have to be followed and the relatedness to be worked out. Next, we come to the most important responsibilities, the responsibility of the ethics committees, where many of you are there who are interested in the ethics committee functioning as members of ethics committees, or institutions have ethics committee. Even the investigators want to know what is the response ethics committees. You're going to have a full talk by Dr. Nandini Kumar on the composition and functioning of ethics committees. So I'm not going to give you any details. The only thing is just I want to say that the GCP document gives the ethics committees responsibility before the trial, what they should do, during the trial, what is to be done, and after the trial, also what are the responsibilities. So it's not only reviewing the proposals, they have to review the amendments, the adverse events, the protocol deviations, violations, how the record keeping is done. Of course, post-trial management is being done, including, as I said, the publishing and the archiving, everything the ethics committee has to look into. The sponsors, of course, as you know, they have to appoint the contract research organization wherever necessary. They have to actually design the trial, do the management, quality control, quality assurance, data handling, record keeping. And they also have to have an independent data monitoring committee who have to continuously look at the data to see, is there anything variation from the safety is happening? Is it necessary to do any modification? Is it necessary to stop a trial in between because there are too many adverse events and serious adverse event is happening? And this responsibility is given to an independent data monitoring committee or independent data safety monitoring board, also it's called as that. Then the sponsors, of course, like the investigators, the sponsors are the main person who are doing funding. Their responsibility is much more. They have to select the correct investigator. They have to also have provision for the insurance of for compensation to not only the research subjects, but also to the investigators. Sometimes even the ethics committees demand an insurance coverage. The sponsor has to see that wherever it's needed, they have to do that. They have to do the accurate monitoring of the serious adverse the events and report it to the regulatory authorities. And then they have to see that the ethics committees which is reviewing these trials, especially the regulatory trials, are they properly constituted? Is the quorum is fulfilled? Is the review is properly done by them? So confirmation of the review by the ethics committee is also sponsor's responsibility. Coming to the contract research organization responsibility, they are involved in subject recruitment, enrollment tracking, specimen collections, processing, and most important is they are involved in the subject and family education to understand the informed consent procedures, administration of study medications, data management, and see that whether all the data record forms, the CRFs are all properly filled and other documents are all properly collected, compiled, and sent it to the sponsors. As I said, the monitors who have to visit these trial sites, so they are designated by the sponsors. They visit the trial sites to see that everything is going on properly. They have to do regular visits. They have to answer the questions from the staff. They have to regularly hold staff meetings. And they're most important, they have to give the feedback to the sponsors. And also they have to sometimes, whatever they have done, whatever they are reporting, they have to tell the study site and staff also. Because it's a very transparent mechanism which it is done. And there are other monitors, as I said, regulators can have their own monitors. Ethics committees have been given responsibility of monitoring studies now. So you have monitors can come from the ethics committees also and the DSMB and the DSMC, sometimes called Data Safety Monitoring Board. And some institutions have their own data safety monitoring committees. As I said, that ICH-GCP is revised in 2016. It's not a major revision in this. There are some minor revisions only have made, but more important is now that the softwares are used, the lot of computerized softwares are being used. So this talks about more about the e-documentation and the validation of the computerized softwares. So they are talking about quality management from the contract research organizations and the data handling, record keeping, and this is what is there. So to keep pace with the scale and complex of clinical trials and appropriate use of technology now, this particular amendment talks more about the risk-based quality management approach and the data safety of their procedures. Now, as I said, that all the entire ICH, GCP, as well as the Indian GCP guidelines, these are all regulatory issues. What do we mean by the regulatory issues in the country at the moment? What we've been having till date regulation is only for the regulation of the clinical trials. A clinical trial is any research or study that prospectively assigns human participants, a group of humans, to any health-related interventions. Okay, any health-related intervention is called a clinical trial, of course. But out of which these interventions, which have a health outcome for which you are using the human participants, are two types of interventions. One is a regulatory intervention, other one is a non-regulatory studies. A regulatory study is one where, by definition, under the drug law, we have what is called the new drugs, the vaccines, the biosimilars, biologicals, diagnostic agents, the devices, phytopharmaceuticals, radiopharmaceuticals. So these are all the CDSCO requirements under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 and the Rule 1945, which is recently revised in 2019 as the new drug clinical trial rules. So all those which are covered under these rules, the 1940 rule and its amendment in 2019, these are all called the regulatory trials, for which you have to go to the drug controller for approval, where the ICH-GCP has to be very strictly followed. Now, there are other interventions also which are all covered under the ICMR guidelines. These are the non-regulatory clinical interventions, which can be academic trials. I'll explain to you what is this a little later. Any public health intervention, the socio-behavioral interventions, the new technologies, surgical techniques, interventions involving even traditional systems of medicine, all these are all also clinical trials, but they are called the non-regulatory interventions. And here one has to follow the ICMR National Ethical Guideline 2017. So if you look at the entire regulatory mechanism, as I said, the entire GCP is for regulation. If you look at the entire drug regulatory system in India, there are a number of agencies are involved. Of course, we are all more closely associated with the CDSCO and the Drug Controller of India, Drug Technical Advisory Board, which looks into all the drugs, the devices, and all these issues. But there are also other agencies, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, under the Department of Pharmaceuticals, they look into the drug pricing. We have the Ministry of Commerce, which looks into the patents and the transfer of biological materials, and the Controller General of Patents is very important. So Ministry of Commerce is the one which is involved in sometimes in transfer of biological materials. Ministry of Science and Technology, both the DST and DBT are involved in their own way. DST is involved in the good laboratory practices, GLP authority, and the DBT is involved in the biotechnological products. The CSR labs are also involved too in many of these issues. The Ministry of Environment is the one which looks into the environmental safety under the GEAC. They have a genetic engineering approval country. The entire biotechnology regulation in this country comes under the Environmental Protection Act 1986, under which we have the Review Committee for Genetic Manipulation in the Department of Biotechnology and the Genetic Engineering Approval Committee under the Ministry of Environment. So anybody dealing with the biotechnology product should know what is a EPA 1986, what does DBT do, what does Ministry of Environment do, where does the drug controller come into that in the whole process of handling their biotechnology products. One has to understand the entire procedures of the drug regulatory mechanisms of different types. So coming to the rules, as I said, we are covered in the Drugs and Cosmetics Act of 1940, under which we have the Drugs and Cosmetics Rules of 1945. And till recently, we were always talking about Schedule Y for clinical trials, which was released in 2005. We also have something called Drugs and Magic Remedies Act, which is called the Objectionable Advertisement Act of 1954, which is necessary regarding the various advertisements which are being given. But what currently now we have to follow is the new drugs and clinical trials rules, which is called the NTCT rules of 2019. There is also one more thing which will be, of course, important, since this is organized by the Dental Council and then the Dental College, and we have a lot of people from the dental institutions which are there. The regulations from the device is something which all of you have to know what's happening. The drug regulatory authorities also cover the devices, but if you look at the NDCT rule, they don't talk much about devices in that, because for medical device regulation is something separate. Of course, Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 and Rules 1945 had very few devices under the regulation, which were syringes, condom, tubal ring, inhalers only. There were a lot of efforts were made to have a medical device regulatory authority, because all other devices were not being regulated by the drug controller at that point of time. So we even wanted to have a medical device regulatory authority. These discussions were going on from the 90s and in the early 2000s. The initiative was taken by Dr. Valiathan, and of course in close collaboration with ICMR, and later on even DST was involved, but it never worked out. And finally, the drug regulatory authorities decided to include the device regulation into their system in October 2005, when 10 more devices were added for the regulation for import, sale, and manufacture. But what is important, which all of you have to know, is the medical device rules of 2017, which is called the MDR, in which 37 devices were regulated. There's a list of 37. I'm not giving all the things. You have to look into the website yourself. But what is important, the latest in this is, in April 2020, we have a medical device amendment rules. And this you have to be very careful, because now it is not the first 4 or 5 and then the 10 and then 37. Now all the devices, means instruments, apparatus, appliance, implant, material, any other article used in human beings or animals will be now regulated under this. It's called the Medical Device Renewals Rules, and it is expected that by October 2021, everything will be started functioning to the full extent under this. And what are the things were covered under this? Anything which is used for diagnosis, prevention, monitoring, and treatment of any disease, diagnosis, prevention, monitoring, and treatment related to any injury, support related to anatomy and physiological processes in animals and human beings, sustaining life support systems, disinfection of medical devices, and control of consumption. Okay, everything is now covered now. Anything in which is called a device will be now covered under this rule, and it will become going to be effective from October 2021. And during that process, I think the entire registration mechanism will start. So what is the difference between acts and rules? Under Act is covered the import, the sale, manufacture, and distribution of drugs, devices, and all the products. Under the rules, we have something very clear about what do we mean by new drugs, what are the different procedures, how do you conduct the clinical trials, and then what are the different, in the same, when drugs are exported, what is to be followed. And these all are covered under the rules. Now coming to the latest now, as I said, that from March 2019, there is a big change has happened in this country. The new drug the NDCT rules was announced on March 9th, 2019. And what is important here is the Schedule Y is no more applicable, because even now I see many people writing will follow Schedule Y. After this rule has come, Schedule Y is no more applicable, and you have to only follow what is called the NDCT 2019. What is this rule? It's a document of 264 pages, of course, half in Hindi and half in English. There are 13 chapters stating 107 rules. It has got 8 schedules, and it has got 27 forms in the 8th schedule. Now, what are the other things which they have? There are what is explained in these so many pages, 107 rules. Prerequisites and conduct of clinical trials, bioavailability, bioequivalence studies, clinical trial related injury and compensation, import, sale of new drugs, responsibilities of different stakeholders. So all that is which is covered in the GCP comes into this. The additional ones are EC registration details are there. ICMR guideline is notified. As I said that we've been wanting to make the ICMR guidelines into law from 2006 onwards. For various reasons, it was not happening. Finally, when the new rules were announced, it was decided this will be ICMR guideline will become part of it. And we said yes, because in some way, once it gets become a law, it is acceptable for us. And so now this is included. So after 2019, this rule, ICMR guideline is become a law of the land for doing any biomedical and behavioral research, health research. So we cannot say now that ICMR guideline is only a guideline and it's up to you to follow or not follow. No, it has now become part of the regulations in this country. Then they also talk in detail about the post-trial access to drugs, composition of the ethics committees, and first time they have given a new definition for orphan drugs. So they said if there is a disease and the drugs, if you need a drug for diseases in where the number of total affected population is less than 5 lakhs, then this becomes a orphan drug. So now they are given the procedure how to get approval for orphan drug in a fast track methods. What is important for everybody to understand is what do you mean by an investigational new drug? Of course, there are changes made from the earlier definitions. But the current definition you have to know is it is a new chemical or a biological entity which has not been approved for marketing as a drug in any country. So if it is not approved in any other country, you want to use it in this country, it becomes a new drug. Of course, if we make it in our own country, again, it becomes a new drug. In addition to that, so which has not been used in the country to any significant extent. It has been maybe with some approvals from import license, you used in few patients, but if it is not used in a regular way, not marketed, again, it comes under a new drug. If drugs are approved for certain claims and proposed to be marketed with a modified, new claims, including indication, route of administration, dosage and dosage form, again, it is a new drug. And here is where there is a little twist in the matter. I'll tell you what it is. So here you can see a drug which is approved for any changes and proposed to be marketed. Okay, it becomes a new drug. A fixed dose combination of 2 or more drugs approved separately for claims, and now we want to combine it for the first time in a fixed ratio. Again, you want to change the route of administration, dosage, anything, it becomes a new drug. Any novel sustained drug delivery system, any drug which is already approved or new drug, and any vaccine, any recombinant DNA product, living modified organisms, the monoclonal antibodies, stem cell derived products, gene products, or xenografts, these are all considered as new drugs. And what is important is in this is class 4 and 5 will be considered as a new drug for lifetime. As you know, for other drugs, they are considered as a new drug only for a period of 4 years where the post-marketing surveillance has to be done. But as far as the products which are under the 4 and 5, these are considered as they have to be deemed to be new drugs forever till the rule is changed. As of now, they are new drugs forever. So that means a continuous monitoring has to be done for all vaccines, DNA products, stem cell, gene therapy, xenografts, and all these things. Now, this is where I said the twist which has come now is there is something which is introduced, a new terminology in the new law, is the academic clinical trial, and some of you will be aware of it. Of course, it causes a lot of confusion to people as to what it is. Any trial is an academic only. Anything which you are doing for a new indication, again, it's an academic in nature. The academic clinical trials are, if a clinical trial of a drug which is already approved for a certain claim, for a certain indication, if you want to use it for a different indication, a route of administration, dosage, or anything, or in any modified form, only for the academic or research purposes. You have no intention to do a marketing. In that case, you don't have to go to the central licensing authority, that is the Drug Controller of India or any regulatory authority, because you have no intention of marketing or for commercial purpose. You are doing it for only academic and research purpose. If that is the responsibility is now given to the institutional ethics committees to give the approval after examining all these things. So yes, there can be some possible overlap may be there, because the ethics committee sometimes may be worried that are they giving wrong approval for something which may have very wrong implications later on or affecting the participants or to the country. In that case, they have to inform the drug controller that this is a thing which has come for academic trial, but we are not sure whether we can straight away give the approval. So you refer it to the ethics committees, and you refer it to the central licensing authority, which is the Drug Controller of India. The terminology is changed now. Now we have to say CLA, Central Licensing Authority. So they will have to respond within 30 working days. If they don't respond, if you don't get any response from them for 30 days, then you presume that there is no objection and you give the approval for the clinical trial. So this is the one which one has to be aware of it. So the approved academic clinical trial shall be conducted in accordance with the ethical principles justified in the which is specified in the National Ethical Guidelines of ICMR 2017. So one has to see that in any case, the ICMR guideline has become a law now. For any research or any clinical trial, you have to follow the ICMR guidelines as far as your informed consent, other things are considered. And for academic clinical trial, it's more important that you have to very clearly follow this, because it has a slight overlap with the drug regulation. Because if tomorrow, after doing this study, you want to go for marketing, then it becomes a regulatory trial. So this is one area I think this is the drug control authorities have done to reduce the burden on them, because there are so many proposals have been coming to them for this for research purposes. So they said that if you want to do the initial research, just to prove your point, your hypothesis that it works for some other condition or some other mechanism, the route of administration can be done. Let the local ethics committees get the responsibility for doing that. Yes, when you have a doubt, you refer it to us. That's what they have given in the new rules. Now let us go to the rules chapter by chapter, what they are. Of course, first two chapters gives about all the definitions and the initial preliminary procedures. Chapter 3 talks about ethics committees for clinical trial, bioavailability, bioequivalence studies. Okay. So it gives a constitution of ethics committees. You are going to hear details later on. But of course, as per this, they have given very specifically what should be the membership, which I think Dr. Nandini will touch when she talks about ethics committee composition. It also talks about that at least 50% should be the affiliate members, 50% should be outside, and they have followed ICMR guidelines that member secretary should be from within the institution and the chairperson should be from outside the institution. As chapter 4 is important, because here it says for ethics committees which are needed for biomedical and health research, that is, which are not regulatory clinical trials and all other studies, which will be, their constitution should be as per the National Ethical Guidelines of ICMR. Okay. So that's why I said that how this has become now mandatory to follow the ICMR ethical guidelines as far as your structure of ethics committees and functioning are concerned. Chapter 5 talks about permission to conduct clinical trials for the new drugs or investigating new drugs and what are the procedures. And they've said that, and they've also given very clearly if the drug is discovered in India, what is the procedure? If the drug is obtained from abroad, what are the procedures and what are the time frame for which the approvals will be given? And so within the country, they have to give within 30 working days, and then outside the country, they will give within 3 months. So this is the timeline which they have prescribed. Chapter 6 is very important, talks about the compensation of the trial-related injury. And of course, as all of us know that we have a formula in this country, and this has been very clearly explained. And the compensation is not only the financial compensation, they're also talking about the medical management, which has to be given in case somebody is injured or become ill. What is the kind of medical management should be given? And of course, wherever serious adverse event happens, which financial compensation is needed, in that case, of course, they have given the how to do the calculations and what is the amount which has to be given. And as far as the compensation for serious adverse events or any injury related to all other biomedical and health research, you have to follow the ICMR guidelines. Of course, ICMR guideline at the moment has not specified any other formula, because the same formula is applicable. Human beings are same. The risk of the life of the human beings will be same. It cannot be different, because clinical trial means the human beings are different. Other study it is different. So the calculation, the formula, everything is same, except that Here, there is no sponsor to give funds, so you have to see that what is the mechanisms. So ICMR guideline gives alternate mechanisms which can be thought about by the institutions or the sponsors for giving compensation for other types of research. ICMR also very clearly talks about provision of medical management and what do we mean by participation fees, what is we mean by compensation for injuries, and all those details are given. The next is, after all these chapters are over, what we have is the schedules. There are 8 schedules are there, which gives in detail whatever is there in the rules. The first schedule talks about the general principles and practice for clinical trials. So this will be all the guidelines. The schedule 2 is about the permission for importing and conducting clinical trial to get the medicines. Third schedule is very important. That's the one which talks about GCP roles and responsibility of stakeholders. How do you conduct a clinical trial? Fourth schedule is only for bioavailability, bioequivalence. Fifth schedule is for post-marketing assessment. Sixth schedule is for license, permission, and registration. And the seventh schedule is for clinical trial related injury or death. That is the compensation quantum. How do you do that? What is the formula and the quantum of payment? Eighth schedule, of course, is related to various forms which are to be used. And these are all available in the SUGAM portal for anybody to download them. They have also given very clearly in the new rules, the SAE reporting timelines. The timelines for the investigator and the ethics committees are same, 14 days and 30 days from the time they know about the serious adverse event. Within the committee, within the drug controller, they have reduced the timing. The SAE expert committee will now give within 60 days, and the DCJ order for payment of compensation they'll give it within 90 days. They also talked about the registration of the ethics committees, that what is the procedure to be followed, and what is the mechanism of registration of the ethics committees. And for a registration of the regulatory trials, you have to do with CDSCO, which has started in 2013. But registration of all other institutions which do biomedical and health research, now you have to do registration with the Department of Health Research as per the new NDCT rules, following which from September 2019, the registration procedure is started. So everybody has to understand now we have 2 types of registration of the ethics committees. One is with the drug regulators, the one is with the Department of Health Research. Many people ask the questions. Of course, I'm sure in the chat box also many will be raising that, do we have to do at both the places? As of now, you have to do at both the places, and a time will come that there will be some harmonization will be done. So they have also given very clearly what is the requirement for registration. I will not go into these details. As of now, there are 1,462 ethics committees are registered with the Drug Controller of India, CDSCO. Out of it, 1,433 have already undergone re-registration. Of course, many of them do not do regulatory trial. In 2013, since there was the only mechanism, everybody has registered. And now even the drug controllers realize that many of them are not doing regulatory trials, and then so whether to continue with their re-registration or not. When you come to the regulation of the other registration of the ethics committees of biomedical and health research, as I said, that the Department of Health Research has submitted a registry which is called the NECR BHR. That is under this, they have given again the same checklist of items for registration. This is also through the SUGAM portal. It was launched in 19 September. The first registration started in October 2019. And as of now, the available information is till 28th October. We have 345 ECs are registered. The others are all undergoing processes. I'm sure that out of the 1,400, nearly 1,500 registered with the DCJ, many of them need not be registered there if they are not doing regulatory trials, but they have to be registered with the DHR. Now, yes, registration is just enough for the ethics committees. What is important is the good functioning of the ethics committees. So what we are talking about, the quality assurance and the quality improvement of the registered ethics committees is also very important, and for which there are now organizations which look at the identity standards of ethics review, what is the benchmark, what are the good best practices which have to be followed, and what are the processes involved, how do you adapt to local needs, and how the institutions themselves can continuously have to do a self-assessment. So with this, there is a mechanism of accreditation of ethics committees that have started to strengthen the human research protection program, that is to accreditation of the ethics committees. And as you can see, for the registration, we have the CDSCO and the DHR. But as far as accreditation, internationally, if you look at it, there are 3 agencies. One is the National Accreditation Board for Hospitals, to which the drug regulators have given the authority to do the accreditation of ECs. But if you see the number, as I said, 1,500 ECs are registered, but we have only 156 which are accredited. So that shows that those who are doing regulatory trial, they are trying to get the accreditation, while the others may not be going through that. The second is the one which you heard in the beginning, a presentation about FERCI, which unfortunately, because of the lot of disturbance at the time, I think that presentation was not completely shown. We have this organization called SITCAR under the FERCAP, which also undergoes their accreditation process, and through which at the moment we have 17 institutions in the country who have this international recognition of the ethics committees. The last is from US, it's called AHARP, and we have from India as of now 3 ethics committees which have the American accreditation. So as I said, NABH EC accreditation started from 2017, and they have given the checklist of what all to be done and what all to be submitted. And of course, the number is 156 now, as of now till September. The one which we are involved from FERCI is the one under the FERCAP, which looks into the structure of the ethics committee, the adherence of your SOPs, the completeness of the review process, board meetings, checking records, look at how the monitoring is being done, what are the communication, documentation, archiving procedures. And we have at the moment 17 IECs which have undergone this. Of course, once the NABA started, many people thought that that's a national one, it has to be done. Yes, it has to be done, but it's also, this is a better mechanism of undergoing a very detailed recognition program. Once you go through this, you will realize that how good your ethics committee is functioning. So this is of course the entire FERCAP region which are involved, all the countries which are there, and we have the Indian chapter is the FERCI. And these are the 17 institutions which have at the moment have undergone the SITCAR recognition for their as well performing ethics committees. So thank you all for the patient hearing. And we are going to have FERCI conducts annual conferences. As I said, since the presentation was not complete in the beginning, probably you could not see. We conduct annual conferences on behalf of FERCI, and this year the annual conference is an online conference which is going to be held from 27th to 29th of this month. And we have circulated the brochure to many. After this, of course, we can circulate it to all of you, so that those who are interested can attend the conference. And this time, which is going to be the challenges faced in the research ethics during the current pandemic. So I welcome you all to participate in this. We are going to have 4 international speakers who are going to address many issues, including more than 20 speakers from India. This will be a half-day program for 3 days. And as a president of FERCI, I welcome all of you to be registered and participate in this conference. And thank you all for the patient hearing. And thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity of speaking at this, and also doing it under the banner of FERCI, where we have been conducting training program across the country for the last couple of years on the training program. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. That was a very comprehensive presentation. I hope all the participants will make use of this information. Thank you, ma'am. Now we come to the final talk of today's program. Dr. Pallavi will introduce our next speaker, Dr. Nandini Kumar.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjini. It is indeed a pleasure to be introducing our last speaker for the day, Dr. Nandini Kumar. Dr. Nandini K. Kumar retired as a Deputy Director General Senior Grade at the Indian Council of Medical Research and had played a major role in traditional medicine research and bioethics activity, including bioethics education. She was closely associated in the formulation of various guidelines, including the ICMR's revised National Ethics Guidelines of 2000, 2006, and 2017, stem cell research and draft guidelines for mental health research, data set protection, HIV, disaster-related research, and ASU, that is Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani guidelines. She is a fellow graduate of bioethics from the University of Toronto and a recipient of various national grants. She was a member of
President Obama's Commission for the Study of Ethical Issues, and a member of several other committees at national and international forum. She is a life member of Forum for Ethics Review Committee in Asia Pacific region and vice president of its Indian chapter, that is FERCI. She is also a national and international surveyor for ethics committees. Currently, Madam is a consultant for bioethics and traditional medicine research. Ma'am, on behalf of the management, faculty, and students of Dayananda Sagar College of Dental Sciences, Bengaluru, I extend a very warm welcome to you. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction, and also we appreciate the collaboration with FERCI for this program. And as Madam said, we hope that some of you will join us for the FERCI Con at the end, near the end of this month. So I'll try to be as fast as possible, trying to keep with time. And if I'm delaying it, please inform me, because I can't see the time actually. So I'll be talking about ethics committee composition and functioning. So there were these WHO guidelines which came out in 2000, and 2002 we had the survey booklet. The first one in 2000 was about the operational guidelines for ethics committee, and the second one was for survey, and another one, updated one, was released in 2011, where 10 standards were described, and under that you had various activities lined up. So in India, in 1980, the first guidelines that came out also talked about ethics committee's role, which was expanded in 2000, further expanded in 2006, and in 2017 it has taken, it is the biggest actually section of that guideline, and trying to take up whatever problems we encountered earlier during the period between 2006 and 2017. We have tried to actually cover those. So this section actually is based on WHO guidelines, US common rules, COMS. These are the international guidelines and regulations, rules, and also some international publications in tune with the cultural context of India. So the composition, when we come to that, you already heard about it, how the structure, competence, function, and independence is the prime elements of ethics committee. The structure, of course, it has to be multidisciplinary and multisectoral, age, gender balanced, 7 to 15 members, preferably 50% have to be non-affiliated, and then mix of medical and medical members to get different views, possibly thinking that it is coming from the population of diverse nature. For the regulation, NDCT rules, which you heard Madam talking about, the minimum 7 members should have at least 1 lay person, 1 woman member, 1 legal expert, and 1 independent member from all this group of people: social scientists, representative of NGO, voluntary agency, philosopher, ethicist, theology, and anyone from that group. And they also actually confirm with the ICMA guidelines that 50% should be non-affiliated and should be conversant with GCP and regulations. There are special situations where you may have more than 1 ethics committees. If the workload is too much, especially when you are actually facing a university or a college, where you have all sorts of disciplines, you have postgraduate students, etc. So the workload will be very high. In such circumstances, you can have more than one ethics committee, but you have to see that all follow the same SOP. Then there are institutions where they don't have ethics committee, they cannot set up one ethics committee, so they approach another institution where a somewhat standardized ethics committee is functioning. So the one which without EC is called the host, the user institution, and the one it approaches becomes the host institution. There has to be MOU between them so that the host institution ethics committee can monitor the site which has approached them to approve it. Then in multicentric trials, you can have actually one of the ethics committees of one of the sites designated to actually review the master protocol, wherein there is input from all the other sites. After having discussed that, the protocol would be accepted as such, but it doesn't prevent the site ECs to actually review that in their site. And here actually they can use expedited review mechanism. We will talk about all these types of review mechanisms later. And then for stem cell, you have a specific committee to go through that, to look at the scientific aspects as well as the ethics aspect. And then you have the independent ethics committees, which are actually short form is in the EC, which rhymes very well with Indian EC, but it is meant to be a commercial one, which charges for all the proposals that come to it at various charging rates. When a person becomes ethics committee member, it is required that that person has this conflict of interest declaration and confidentiality agreement signed. Without that, you can't become members. And then training according to the rules. Now, training is very, very important, because without the training, you just cannot continue as members of ethics committee. And that's the reason why we are having this program right now. Please inform other ethics committees also, which are registering with the Department of Health Research to have certificates on research ethics, GCP, and the current regulations. The quorum actually is 5. So for any academic or biomedical and health research, it can be any 5. But for regulatory proposals, which have to come under the purview of the drug regulator, it has to have specific membership of that particular quorum. So it should have medical scientists, it should have medical scientists. They have put it as medical scientists. What they mean is medical basic scientists. And a clinician, pharmacologist is preferred because it's all about clinical trials with interventions. Clinician, legal expert, social scientist, and anyone from that group, which I had described earlier, and a layperson. If any one of them is absent, then the decision cannot be taken. It will be null and void. Therefore, many institutions actually have alternate members as legal expert, social scientist, layperson. It's the legal expert and the layperson who actually very often miss the meeting, because legal expert has to go to the court and layperson has some other obligations. So that's why it is necessary that you have alternate members in the same position. I know of an ethics committee which has actually mobilized 4 people as laypersons. That's going to the extreme actually. So how does it function? When we talk about ethics committee, it doesn't mean that they only review the proposal, that's it, their role is over. They are also protectors of the rights, safety, and welfare of human participants. That's what they review. But they can also be advisors to the researchers. Very often, in many committees, we have seen that we are sitting there as advisors rather than reviewers. It's a learning process for most of the researchers. Education is actually a task of increasing knowledge and awareness of ethical issues and regulations and directives. I is missing in that increasing. And then the review of research quality, scientifically and ethically sound proposal it has to be, and the solutions to be provided when there is conflict within the members, between the researcher and the participant, and so on, which is within the purview of the ethics committee. So the ICMR guidelines, actually table 4.1 described about the role of each member, chairperson, member secretary, and then you have basic medical scientist, clinician, legal expert, and the social scientist and layperson. So I will not actually highlight on each person's role, because you can refer to ICMR guidelines. Otherwise, you will not even read the guidelines. This is just, I am trying to push you to read guidelines. Now, it was with a lot of discussion that we described the role of a layperson, and not role, I mean, who will qualify as a layperson. Unfortunately, it has come out as non-affiliated person, because many people were using the affiliated person who were actually delivering the comments in a very well manner, and they had to actually take out these people and replace them with non-affiliated members. So the qualifications are that they have to be actually members from the literate people from the public or community, and they should not have pursued medical science or health related career in the last 5 years. They must be representative of the community from which the participants are to be drawn, and I mean, that is a possibility, and should be aware of the local language, culture, and moral values of the community. And desirable element is that they should be involved in social and community welfare activities. Why this was brought in was some of the high-ranking officials, after they retire, they actually indulge in some social work, get attached to some NGOs and all that. And most of the corporate hospitals have this high-level committee where they take the retired IAS officers, etc., as the layperson. So it should not actually prevent them from taking part in that, although they are more literate than what you might actually expect. The division of responsibility for review is important, because that lessens the work of the ethics committee. The legal expert looks at the legal documents like insurance policy, the clinical trial agreement, institutional policies, and other agreements if there are any, and advises the ethics committee about the right and wrong decisions that they may take. The clinicians, basic scientists, and subject experts are all scientists. They are expected to look at the science, but also the ethical aspects. But we all know that they concentrate more on the science. They don't realize that this science is to be applied on human beings, a soft side of it. They don't see what effect it can have on their body, which the social scientists, ethicists, or theologian sees. So they see the softer side of the matter and raise questions that this is not right, that is not right. And that's why the choice of such members is very, very important, that they should be people who express their feelings, and not just you keep mum and, like ping pong, see what is happening in the discussion between the clinicians and the basic scientists, etc. The layperson, of course, the choice of layperson is the most important one. The person should be vocal, but of course not an activist, which can actually take away the whole meaning of the person's role in ethics review. The layperson, many ethics committees actually use laypersons to go through the informed consent to see whether they can understand that or not. And even for some of the pharma sponsored templates, which the companies are very strict about following every letter in that, even that is seen by, I have seen some laypersons of some ethics committees going through that, making it simpler, but it has to be approved by the sponsor. Many a times the sponsors actually listen to that, they agree to it for that particular site. But some sponsors might actually say that, well, this is an international template and we can do nothing about it. Sorry. So the ethics committee can also say, sorry, we are not going to actually review this proposal. We don't want to have this. So one must realize that the ethics committee has got a lot of power to decide matters when it comes to approving a proposal. The other functions of ethics committee is to adhere to SOP, policies, guidelines, regulations. It also has administrative responsibilities, how to manage the secretariat office space, charge for the protocol review, registration, etc., and then submit, check, and how the investigators are submitting the documents, check it, maintain the documents and archive that, and also communicate in a responsible manner to DCGI if required, to the patient's request, and other correspondence with the experts, etc. So training of the member is also their responsibility. Detailed instructions are needed actually for what we call standard operating procedures. So if you have a framework by which you can actually apply those standards, that is very handy, especially when people change, the secretary changes, the members change, but the framework remains there. So these detailed instructions are supposed to actually achieve uniformity of the performance of a specific function, and they can serve as operating manual for having a high quality EC function, for thorough understanding of ethical review process and consent procedures, and to maintain transparency and accountability of review process. Let me also tell you that most of the members are supposed to get a copy of this standard operating procedures, but most of the members don't even read that because it becomes a bulky document. So it is actually the responsibility of the chairperson and the member secretary to remind them time and again that this is not there in the SOP, this is there in the SOP, so we have to follow that. So the work of the chairperson and the member secretary is very, very heavy. And then we have what is the structure of the SOP, the purpose, the scope, whose responsibility is that function, detailed instructions about that, and you have a flow chart to actually quickly see how things can go about, glossaries if that is necessary, and also the references based on which the SOP has been created. And then you have annexures for that, like submission forms, initial review submission forms, resubmitted protocols for that forms, for the reviewers another form, and for the experts another form, for the members another form, and things like that. So there are several standard operating procedures. When we initially started, the first meeting was under the aegis of FERCI when it was born in 2002, when actually 44 or 45 SOPs were there. That was the first discussion globally about SOPs for ethics committees. Subsequently, it got reduced in subsequent workshops held elsewhere, and then it has gone down. The number has gone down. Maximum is 23 or 24. It depends on what your institution wants and what it deals with. You can actually do away with some of the SOPs. And now that during COVID pandemic, you have another SOP for emergency review of such proposals. And that is given in the recently released guidelines by ICMR in March 2020. So ethics committee review process, you first have the initial review, then you have the continuing review, and then the closure. How you go about it starts with the submission of documents. The investigator is supposed to have covering letter, approvals, whatever you may have, if it is regulatory, CDSCO, if it is international, HMSC, if it is a biotech product, DBT, if you are going to use radio labeled product, BARC, and then the registration with CTRI. Scientifically approved protocol is actually brought to the table of the ethics committee because the science has to be approved first. So for that, for regulatory trial, you have the investigator's brochure also coming along. And it is very important to see which is that version number and date, because the amendments have a different version number. Informed consent document with local translations, again, version number and date is very, very important. Current CV of investigators with the training certificates, investigators undertaking tripartite clinical trial agreement if it is a regulatory trial, insurance certificate and policy, list of ongoing studies to check co-enrollment, and advertisements, questionnaire, and dairy report, if any. You have such advertisements actually, which has to come to the ethics committee to see, is there any undue inducement highlighted there? And this is a very common phenomenon in the West, but at the same time, it is not that it doesn't come to India, especially the pharma-sponsored trials do have such advertisements, and the ethics committee is expected to go through that, through the contents. And people are also using the social media to actually enroll subjects. And whatever they are going to write in that has to be submitted to ethics committee for approval. So before the ethics committee can decide how to go about every proposal, it looks at the risk element. So this was described earlier, but I'll go a little bit deeper in that. So you have 4 categories: less than minimal, minimal, minor increase over minimal, and more than minimal. So when you talk about less than minimal, it means non-identifiable information. And here, all these 3 categories, they have identifiable information. How are these 2 different? Minimal is what you encounter in daily life. You can encounter in daily life. And this involves invasiveness of the body, not only physically, but also psychologically. The extent is less, then it is called minor increase or minimal risk. If it is more invasive, it becomes more than minimal. Why do we have such categories? We'll go through that. Now, when it comes to less than minimal risk, always remember that there is no identity to the information, either the person or the data. So here, you don't expect the probability of harm or discomfort as you may actually expect in other projects. So it may be nil or is not expected. In minimal risk relativity, minimal risk, we say daily life. Daily life can be different for different people. So here, this can be dangerous for us, but the person who is actually pulling it is a daily routine. There's another daily routine, another daily routine. But this is not daily routine. So this will come under minor increase over minimal risk. And this could be major, actually. So here, when we talk about minimal risk, it is expedited review. And you have only the chairperson, the member secretary, or 1 or 2 designated members of the ethics committee reviewing the proposal. When we say full committee review, all the members are supposed to be there. Of course, there may be 1 or 2 missing there, but it doesn't matter. As I told you earlier, regulatory clinical trials should have the specific number, specific people who form the quorum. So the types of review, now we will come to see why we classify the risk. So when we say exemption, this certificate has to be given by the secretariat. An investigator cannot decide that, oh, this will come under exemption, so why should I submit it to ethics committee? So any proposal with less than minimal risk comes under this category. And some of the ethics committees in the submission form, they actually have these categories. Some of the ethics some of the researchers actually mentioned that we need exemption, but they're asked the rationale for that. And when they explain that, they don't realize it, but it is the ethics committee which tells them that this cannot come under exemption. That is why you need to have a categorization. And then minimal risk is, of course, identifiable information, can go through expedited review. And then minor increase over minimal or more than minimal, both come under full committee. So why have these two categories, minor increase and more than minimal? Because the ethics committee will be more guarded when it comes to this category. It is guarded generally when it comes to these two categories. But for this, it may take a milder view. But for this, it will take a high risk view, in the sense that they might want more frequent reporting from the researchers' side about the progress. And vulnerable population of any kind has to come to the full committee for review, because the ethics committee has to provide the safeguards if it is lacking. Review process, of course, you fix the date of the meeting, and then you call for the proposals, decide the reviewers, and then they conduct the meeting, have a discussion during the meeting, prepare the minutes, and those minutes are duly signed. Decision of ethics committee is communicated, and then if there is a revision, those revised proposals are also seen. What is it that people see in the review process? Whether the proposal has social value and scientific validity. How is the selection being made? Is it a justifiable selection? Of course, Chandrashekar had described a little bit of that. And then the risk-benefit balance, how is it? Sometimes the risk may be more, especially in phase 1. You expect it to be more risky, and the benefit comparatively is less. But you have to do phase 1 studies. But there the benefit may be in monetary terms, because you are actually playing with the life of a healthy individual. Sometimes, of course, there are patients also in that group. So the vulnerability of the participants, what is the payment mechanism, privacy or confidentiality? If they are drawn from a community, how will you consider their opinion? Biological material and data, if they are collected, what do you do with that? So this is page 50 of ICMR guidelines. Of course, Chandrashekar described part of this. This is the required element. I think I saw some questions saying that is there a template for informed consent document? Please let me just tell you that it is better not to have a template, because people have a tendency to copy it just like that, without even reading it, whether it is relevant to their particular project. So better have the headings, whatever is here, have that heading as a guide. And when it comes to payment and compensation, there are 3 types of payments. One for participation, that is the travel expenses, incidental expenses, or loss of wages. So it's actually a fixed amount which the ethics committee determines. So it's an ethics committee policy, or maybe even institutional policy, how much to give. So that there is uniformity in payment. Sometimes people say that actual expenses of transportation should be given, because sometimes people may come from far, especially if it's a referral hospital, they may come from very far off places, and your amount may not actually suffice the travel expense of the participant. Then if there is research related injury, there are compensation mechanisms, which Madam also had highlighted about it. We'll not go into great length discussing that. Ancillary care is something which people have not understood properly. What is this ancillary care? Is it ancillary investigation, or is there ancillary staff who has to take care? Ancillary care is actually care of the patient for non-research related injury which may occur during the period of the study. For example, if a person develops, say the person is on a project where you are actually testing some antacids, and the person develops a cough. You cannot say that this cough is not related to my area of research, so you just ignore that. No, you have to follow that patient. You may refer the patient to the necessary department, but follow up as to what happened. Maybe your drug is causing some problem, because of that this is happening. So you have to keep a tab, which is not done when you are generally practicing. You don't keep a tab on what is happening on the patient to the patient when the patient is out of your control. So any additional medical services are to be there. It has to be free, and one has to remember that the LAR may not be a a person who can be depended on, because many a times the LAR may push the child or the ward under their care into this just for the sake of the money that they can get out of it. So the ethics committee has to be vigilant about this and plays an important role there. How do you manage the injury? You always give medical relief, whether it is due to the project or not due to the project. Give that. The moment you understand that this is not related to the injury, thereafter the expenses borne by the patient has to be borne by the patient. If it is a regulatory trial, then over and above this medical relief, you may have to pay compensation in terms of money. And that actually is decided because of formula for regulatory clinical trials. And in the academic arena, how this is met, because there's no formula there. So the institution has to take a policy to have group insurance or create a corpus from which it can be given. Most of the postgraduate students are expected to pay from their pocket, which is not a right practice actually. Once the inspections start, people are going to be in trouble if they do that. So the institution has to create a mechanism to do that. And if it is investigator-initiated project, then the person must be applying for some grant. In that case, they can have an extra head for compensation, and a reasonable amount can be placed there. Most of the funding agency are taking care of us, especially the sponsors have to take care of that. Funding agencies sometimes, they say we are just funders. So it is a sponsor, whoever is a sponsor has to take responsibility for that. Now the agenda for the full committee meeting is actually the member secretary welcomes, places the agenda, and apologies for people who are not attending that, the reason for that. And the chairperson declares the quorum and also conflict of interest, if any. If previous minutes are actually ratified during this meeting, and if there is a list for exempted and expedited review, then that also has to be presented in the sense that it has to be sent earlier with the documents, and people can members can comment on that if they have any objection on the type of review that has been taken for that particular proposal. The discussion is actually for initial review, amendments, resubmitted revised proposals, protocol deviation, violation, and non-compliance, the adverse events or serious adverse events, and compensation issues. There are some of them. The discussion can be for other purposes as well. How do you take the decision? It is approval with or without suggestions. Revision with minor amendments. Minor amendment means you might change the site, you might change the PI, or there may be some slight, very slight typos. The main point is that the risk is not increased. In that case, it comes under minor amendment. So this can go for expedited review, or it can be dealt by member secretary according to the SOP of the institution's ethics committee. Major amendments means always there's a risk element which is increased, and very often the informed consent document is the culprit. Very often it is not expressed well, and there are elements which need to be guarded, and the ethics committee feels that no, it has to come to us, come back to us. It's not like, in Rajan you have missed one N that comes under minor amendments. But if you have not mentioned properly about risk benefit, many a times you write in the benefit, there's only benefit in this, or in the risk you find that there's no risk in this, or in the compensation you will not be compensated. Why you will not be compensated? You have to give a reason that you have come here for routine review, and that's why during that period we have examined you, so you will not be paid compensation, things like that. And also, if they are made to stay for, say, more number of hours than expected, then you have to provide some refreshments for them, which is not undue inducement. And then when you are not approving the proposal, better word is not approved, instead of using the word rejection. And you have to provide reasons for that. Whether it is terminated or the permission is revoked, that also means the same thing, that you have to provide the reasons. And the decision taken is by broad consensus of 50% plus one voting. And you have to be very careful that people with conflict of interest cannot remain in the room for decision making. Now that we have online meetings, they should leave the room. It should come, that message should come that that person has left the room. Or the experts who have been called in, they can also not take part in the decision making. What is the minute actually? You just cannot write that approved, finished. You have to write a little bit more about it. What were the scientific aspects? Was it satisfactory? If everything was satisfactory, you can say it was satisfactory. The members found it satisfactory. And the ethical aspects, benefit risk, is this acceptable? Vulnerability, have you taken care of the safeguards? How are you explained about the injury? And what is the mechanism financial compensation that you will be providing? The money mainly is the focus here. And also the informed consent document, which may have so many problems. So when you approve, you give the period of approval with instruction that it will be annually reviewed, because they should not go off saying that, oh, we have got approval for 2 years or 3 years, whatever the period of study is, and so we don't have, our problem is over, let us just start conducting the study. No, you have to give progress reports, and based on which there will be renewal. Generally it is on annual basis. If your period has expired or is going to expire, you have to ask for extension. And for that also you need EC approval. Protocol deviation violations, if any, AE, SAE reporting, any new information which may have come, any amendments required, all these have to come to the EC for approval. The progress report, the final report, many times we see this missing when we go for survey. Or it may be just, a final report may be just tagged along in the folder with no comments on that, whether the ethics committee has approved it or not. So that is very, very important. And who signs it? The chairperson or the member secretary? That depends on the SOP that you have in your institution. Continue, once you have finished first the approval process, it is not over yet. So you have to, as I told you earlier, at least once a year you have to have a review again. It has to be more frequent if the risk is more. And then of course, SE, deviations, violation, all these features have to be actually checked, whether there is compliance to guidelines, regulatory requirements, and institutional policies. And you have to, if there is an injury, ethics committee is required to actually assess the causality of that, whether it is related or not related. And based on that, you determine the quantum of compensation. It is easier to determine this amount for regulated clinical trials because you have a formula there. But it is difficult for academic and biomedical and health research proposals. So one has to devise a means as to how you will actually deal with that. As I told you earlier, the institution is supposed to have group insurance or a corpus to take care of that. To report to institution or authority if there is any protocol deviation, violation, non-compliance is important because the institution head should know that there is something going wrong here and should take adequate measures to stop it. So monitoring can be done by ethics committee, the DSMB, audit and inspection. The inspectors come from the regulator's side. Auditors and monitors come from the sponsor's side. To be very, very clear about it, that regulators, when they come, they don't monitor, but they inspect. And that's a very, very big process for them. So site monitoring can be on routine basis and more so when there are proposals having higher risk and when it is on vulnerable. I remember one of the proposals that was on autistic children. When this was suggested that in this case there has to be monitoring, there was a lot of objection from the researcher's side, from the member secretary's side, from the institution side. You have to be very, very strong to actually mention that, and the chairperson actually is expected to put her or his foot down on this aspect. For cause can be due to various reasons. You can go to the ICMR web, guidelines to see the various reasons tabled there. It can be off-site or on-site. Record keeping is another important aspect. You have all the guidelines and regulations, the relevant ones and the current ones. Copies of that should be maintained in the office. The composition of IEC members, CV, SOPs, copies of proposals, all correspondence, addenda, minutes, final reports, notification of premature study termination, if any, archival and retrieval. SOP is very, very important. For how long is also important. So all these have to be dated, filed and preserved as per SOP. Confidentiality, of course, has to be maintained only after a written request. Access is to be given, and that can be given only to the institution or the regulatory authorities and ethics committee members if they want it. The files have to be classified into active and inactive. Now you can see here the color codes. Some of the ethics committees are very nicely keeping the folders, indicating that if this is the color code, it will be active. This is the one, it is inactive. And they have big, in front of the folder itself, they say that closed. Some label is put there. So that makes it very easy to actually go through this. And all the monitors, inspectors, surveyors like us find it very nice when we see such folders being maintained. It can be hard copy or soft copy. In one ethics committee secretariat, we saw that hard copies were maintained well, but the soft copies were all lying mixed up in a box kept nearby, cardboard box. So you can imagine cardboard box is very prone to get soaked in water and things like that. So where do your soft copies go then? And not only that, if you have it jumbled in a mixed manner, how are you going to trace which copy you actually need? So all these have to be maintained for a defined period as per SOP, which is dependent again on the guidelines and the regulations of the country and the requirement of the sponsor. All these records should be accessible for inspection because according to the rules, an inspector can visit any time without warning to examine how you are functioning. Electronic storage is very, very important now, especially in COVID. You have a lot of electronic media being used. So how you are going to maintain that, that is important. And you need to have the whole data preserved in a separate hard drive, which you update either on daily basis or on weekly basis, depending on the facility in your institution, and keep it in a separate place, so that if fire breaks out or there is flooding or something like that, at least you'll be able to get the data back if you have kept it safe in some other location under the watchful eyes of the member secretary. Registration already madam has told you about it. For the regulated clinical trials, 5 years, and for the DHR, it is initially 2 years provisional registration and then 5 years. Accreditation also, madam has already told you about it. What actually I forgot to add here is about the softwares prepared by FERCI for submission of the proposals, electronic management of EC functioning, in short. So EEC it is called. So if people are interested, they can actually have that. It has been handed over to the Clinical Development Services Agency, an extramural unit of DVT institution of the Pondicherry Institute of Medical Science, PIMS. The person there who was involved in it from the beginning has been actually able to, he was also one of the panelists there, describing about the challenges initially that they had and now how they have smoothened the process. So the EC standards for recognition or accreditation are: what is the structure and composition of EC? Is there adherence to specific policies, regulations, SOPs? How is the review process done? So for this, the SITCR actually insists on attending a board meeting during that time. And how, what is the dynamic of the ethics committee? And then post-review procedures, documentation and archiving. All these are the 5 parts of activity that the SITCR recognition goes in for. So if an ethics committee functions well, you will find that everybody comes online and, you know, is very, very disciplined. Of course, you can see the picture here, how disciplined the monkeys. I'm not saying that the researchers are monkeys, but with that, I end my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity once again.
Thank you, madam. The information given by you will serve as the guidelines and is of immense value for every institutional ethical committee. Thank you, ma'am. Now, we will address a few questions we have received from the chat box. Ma'am, there is a question from Dr. Nandalal. In case of inter-institutional collaboration norms, if a consultant is already included, should it be placed for approval? Is it ethical to add such consultants at any point of research?
So is it for me?
Yes, ma'am, for you.
Okay. See, a consultant, if a consultant has to be included, there has to be an MOU between, there's a collaborating, you know, document has to be there. In what way the consultant will be actually assisting in the research. If the so-called consultant is like a co-investigator, then that person also has to get approval from the institution.
Thank you, ma'am.
So there is another question: is there a prescribed way of doing risk-benefit analysis? Now, in the ICMR guidelines, the various risks are actually described in what comes under exemption, what comes under expedited review, and what comes under full committee review. That is there. That is based on the risk. So there is no scale or something like that that you can actually measure the risk or benefit. You, in that particular proposal, you actually sideline the risk and sideline the benefits. See whether there is a balance there. If there is more risk, you have to then see the scientific rationale. Is it important to do this research or not? You have to actually review it in that manner. And based on that, you will take a decision. If it is very necessary, it's a very good proposal, then you have to be cautious. So you ask for quicker progress reports, like 3-monthly reports or 6-monthly reports, depending upon the risk. In, for example, in COVID-19 now, when in severe cases or in moderate cases, when you are doing research, then you would like to know how many deaths happen. Is your intervention helpful or not? Now we are getting reports. We are getting conflicting reports, like remdesivir is good in some cases, remdesivir is not good in some cases, HCQ is useless. All these are based on, you know, initial approval, but your progress reports actually help you to take a decision. Interim analysis reports.
Thank you, ma'am. There's another question from Dr. Shrikant. Madam, kindly let us know how the ethics committee can be audited.
Okay. See, it is not, there is something called self-auditing. So you can actually go through the standards of WHO document 2011, and there's also a self-assessment tool on the FERCAP website. FERCAP is Forum for Ethics Review Committees in Asia Pacific, of which FERCI is the national chapter. So you can see what are the gaps. That is self-auditing. The other thing is the 3 agencies, as I told you, they are also actually auditing you in a sense. The difference between monitor and auditor is that the monitor actually works at the micro level. You know, everything, are you having a logbook? Are you processing this? Are you keeping things in order in the folder? Are you conducting investigations as and compliance to the protocol and things like that? Whereas an auditor, like, you know, and the monitor actually looks at the tree. Say a tree is there, and looks at how many leaves are yellow, how many are green, are they healthy, all these details. Whereas an auditor considers these trees, doesn't look at the trees as such, looks at the forest, the overall impression. So that is at the macro level. Whereas the inspector goes even deeper. Not only the site, if the sponsor is the sponsor's site or sponsor's document, EC, which is this EC, they may also see how the EC is functioning, the records kept and all that. So they can actually put their foot everywhere. So that is the difference.
Thank you, ma'am. There's another question from Dr. Ashok. If we enroll study subjects through social media, what will be the authenticity of participation consent? What will be the authenticity
So,
of the participation's consent?
right. The thing is, you see, when you advertise in social media, it depends on case to case, on a case to case basis. Like if advertising for, say, arthritis, people suffering from arthritis should approach you. That is advertisement for you to enroll. But when you are enrolled, you are a whole person. So you have to take an informed consent. That person has to approach you. There are actually instances of people looking at the clinical trial registry of India to see what type of research is being undertaken, because some people may be suffering from a disease for which there is no, they have exhausted all medications so far. So they are looking out for any new intervention that may come. So they will look at the CTRI, see if there is any proposal based on their condition and all that. So they will actually approach that site. People have actually gone to such places and they have even gone to US for treatment after looking at the site which was in US. So
Ma'am, we are unable to hear you.
okay, can you hear me now?
You are back.
Yeah. So the informed consent, even when you do online surveys, the first part of the document is informed consent document. If you don't like that, the contents of that, you don't have to progress further. Only if you are agreeable to that, you can progress further. So there are actually mechanisms like that to check whether you are in or not.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, there is a question to Dr. Wasantha, ma'am.
Before that, let me just cover this. There's one question. Do we have separate SOP for dental material as they have not been listed under drugs? Dental materials also come under drugs. Dental devices also come under drugs. The devices actually got incorporated initially it was a different regulation earlier, which was not included in NDCT rules. But later this year, they included that back into the NDCT rules. So that also comes under regulatory clinical trial.
Thank you, ma'am. Now there is a question for Wasantha, ma'am. Dr. Wasantha, ma'am. Is there an accreditation body for accrediting institutional ethical committee? And are there any bodies who can help us through the process for dental colleges in India, where all IECs are supposed to register themselves?
See, whether it is a dental college, or whether it is a allopathic medical college, whether it is a traditional medical college, whatever is your basic, institutional ethics committee structure and functioning are same. There's no difference. The way it is done for others will also be done for the dental colleges. So the accreditation is the same thing. No, I said there are three methods. One is, of course, the American one is not there. Within India, the National Accreditation Board of Hospital is doing it. But they do for the registered ethics committee doing clinical trials. For the others, we have this SITCAR FERCAP recognition, which FERCI takes the responsibility of doing it. So that is the whole the structure and the function which I explained to some extent, that Nandini also explained to some extent. That's the procedure. So if any ethics committee is interested in going through this procedure to see whether their ethics committee is well performing and they have to go through the exercise, you can write to one of us and we'll see that how it can be done, and we'll help you how to do that.
Thank you, madam. Now there is a question from Dr. Sahaya Raj to Dr. Chandrashekar Janakiram. Sir, the conflict of interest in terms of EC member being a researcher and applying for the EC approval in the same committee in which he is already a part as EC member. Could you please throw some light?
I don't think Dr. Chandrashekar is there. Yeah. Is there.
Sir,
you are muted. Chandrashekar, you are muted. Please unmute yourself. You have to unmute him, please.
Okay, ma'am.
Can you do it?
Sir.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So can you just repeat the question, please?
Sir, the conflict of interest in terms of EC member being a researcher and applying for the EC approval, being in the same committee as an EC member.
Yeah, see, in that case, the EC member whose proposal has to be reviewed, he can excuse himself from the review. So he will not be part of the review then. So he can't be a reviewer of his own proposal. So the other members can take up the review.
For the question that whether he can submit, the answer is yes, he can submit, because there are many affiliated members in the committee who will also be researchers. So they can submit. There's no question they cannot submit. They can submit. Only thing is, while reviewing it, as Dr. Chandrashekar said, the other members will review and he has to excuse himself and give a conflict of interest statement to the chair of the ethics committee, and they should move out of the room. But they can submit, definitely. Just because they are a member, it's not restricted that they cannot apply for a project.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Again, he has to disclose
There's another question. I think part of it, madam, has already answered. Is there a prescribed way of doing risk-benefit analysis? Yes, madam has already answered. But what amounts to inducement and coercion? Am I audible?
Yeah. Shall I answer that?
Yes, please, ma'am.
So there is no hard and fast rule what comes under coercion, what comes under inducement. You have to see, suppose the proposal has that you will be paid, say, 1,000 rupees for a very trivial participation, then you know that this is undue inducement. So the ethics committee will decide how much the person should be given. So it's a case-to-case basis on which it is determined. Then the people with reduced autonomy, Chandrashekar had described about the vulnerable population. So there you can actually expect coercion. So you have to see what are the conditions in which they are actually asked to come and how you are actually monitoring. And in these cases, actually, you require monitoring. That's how you will actually check that. What's happening at the ground.
Thank you, ma'am. We apologize for the technical hitch which happened in the beginning of the program, and we wish to run the video about FERCI again.
The WHO Southeast Asia region is home to over a quarter of the world's population. Of the 11 member countries, India is the largest. The Forum for Ethical Review Committees in Asia and the Pacific, FERCI, was conceived in Bangkok, Thailand on 12th January 2000, with a goal of fostering improved understanding and better implementation of ethical review of health research, ethics promotion, and human participant protection for research capacity building in the Asia-Pacific region. It was initiated by the WHO Special Training and Research Program in Tropical Diseases, or WHO TDR, and is a regional forum under the umbrella of CIPCA. Strategic Initiative for Developing Capacity in Ethical Review, CIPCA, is a virtual organization which works in partnership with regional fora in various parts of the world, including FERCAP and their national chapters. The other regional fora include CLASSES in Latin America, Forum for Ethics Committees in the Confederation of Independent States, or FESIS, Pan-African Bioethics Initiative, or PABIN, and Forum in Canada and US, or FOCUS. Other members include organizations in the private sector like pharma, International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and Associations, in the public sector like TDR, ICMR, and Office for Human Research Protections, and various NGOs. CIPCA recognizes ethics committees based on the following criteria: structure and composition of ethics committees, adherence to specific policies, completeness of ethics committee review process, after review process, and documentation and archiving. FERCAP has members from 45 areas or countries and collaborating institutions and organizations in 11 countries. The national chapter of FERCAP in India is the Forum for Ethics Review Committees in India, or FERCI, which started functioning in 2008. The objectives of FERCI are to establish and foster communication between ethics committees in India, act as a national collaborating agency for ethics reviews, organize meetings and symposia on ethical review processes, assist in the development and implementation of standard operating procedures for ethical review in the region, facilitate training opportunities for members of ethics committees, and coordinate national communications and issues with other global bodies. FERCI has undertaken projects in collaboration with Indian Council of Medical Research and Pharma Industry Association. FERCI drafted the guidelines for compensation for research-related injuries in collaboration with ICMR and Indian Society for Clinical Research, the first step of its kind in India. In collaboration with Pfizer, a speaking book was developed in 3 languages, English, Hindi, and Telugu, to assist people of low literacy to understand what it means to take part in a clinical trial. An educational video on the informed consent process related to clinical trial has also been developed as a training tool for investigators. Other activities of FERCI include prepare curriculum for non-scientist members of ethics committees, prepare SOPs for ethics committees and for audio-visual recording of informed consent process, prepare software for assisting investigators and ethics committees in submission and ethics committee review, assisting Indian ethics committees for CIPCA recognition, and conducting annual conference. 21 generic SOPs are available at the official website www.ferci.org. Other projects with FERCI collaboration include the EU-funded Trust project, in which FERCI is one of the 13 partners. A global code of conduct for research in resource-poor settings was prepared under this project. Furthermore, a book on ethics dumping comprising case studies was published. In collaboration with PATH and NGO, 5 softwares were developed. The Create FERCI suite consists of IT products for researchers and for electronic management of functioning of ethics committees. These are Interpreter, Simplifier, Check Ethics, EEC, and Regulate. EEC is one such initiative for facilitation of online review procedures and is currently managed through Clinical Development Services Agency. 33 ethics committees in India have thus gone smart, with 17 more in the pipeline. 17 ethics committees in India are recognized by CIPCO. FERCI has been conducting national conferences since 2011. The next conference in Northeast region and PGI MER Chandigarh is planned to be conducted in online mode. These are the details for membership of FERCI. An individual may obtain lifetime membership for ₹5,000. Institutions are charged ₹50,000 for 10 years. FERCI conducts workshops in the government sector for ₹10,000 and in the private sector for ₹20,000. Thank you.
It was truly a privilege to have speakers of such high stature for today's program, and we look forward to having you again sometime in the future. Now I call upon Dr. Preeti to extend the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Nandini. A very good afternoon, everyone. As rightly said, the roots of all goodness lie in the soil of gratitude. It is my honor and privilege to propose vote of thanks for this online training program. I begin by thanking God Almighty for showering His blessings and making this program a resounding success. First and foremost, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank Forum for Ethics Review Committee in India, FERCI, for collaborating with us and conducting this wonderful training program on research ethics, GCP and current regulations, which enables to register our institutional ethical committee as per DCI requirement. We are indeed thankful to our speakers, Dr. Wasantha Mutuswamy, President FERCI, Dr. Nandini Kumar, Vice President FERCI, Dr. Chandrashekar Janakiram, Diplomat of Dental Public Health and Professor in Public Health Dentistry, Amrita School of Dentistry, Cochin, for educating us on various aspects of research ethics, GCP and current regulations, protection of human participants, composition and functioning of ethical committee. I'm sure this program will benefit each and every person involved in clinical research and help you in conducting ethically and scientifically sound research. I thank the management of Dayanand Sagar Institutions, Bangalore, our chairman, Dr. Hemchandra Sagar, Vice Chairman, Dr. Premchandra Sagar, and Secretary, Sri Galiswamy Sir, for their constant support and encouragement. We are indeed thankful to our principal, Dr. Hemant Sir, for his motivation and guidance. Without his constant persistence, this program would not be a reality. I thank our Dean, Dr. Rupa Nadig ma'am, for always being with us whenever needed. I thank Dr. Nagesh Sir, Head of Department of Public Health Dentistry, who was instrumental in organizing this program and for taking us through the whole process with ease. I thank the heads of all the departments, faculty members, postgraduate students, and delegates from various colleges and private practitioners from all across India for attending this program. I'm sure you will utilize the knowledge gained today for conducting quality ethical research. Special thanks to Captain Nagaraj Subbarao Sir, Dean of Center for Executive Education, Dayanand Sagar University, Bangalore, for providing us the Zoom access to conduct this program. Many thanks to Dr. Vinod Rangan and Dr. Darshan from Audiovisual Committee and Mr. Imtiaz from Dayanand Sagar Institution's Campus 3 for handling the whole session smoothly. I thank all the IRB committee members, Dr. Sunil Sir, Dr. Ranjini, Dr. Pallavi, Dr. Saurabha, Dr. Brinda, and Dr. Suchitra, who have worked tirelessly coordinating and ensuring that this program happens seamlessly. It was great working together and was truly a good team effort. I hope all of you had a wonderful learning experience. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti. I am sure we all had an enriching session. We request all of you to provide your feedback, which will help us to bring in more programs in a better way. The link to the feedback form is posted in the chat box. E-certificates will be sent within 2 to 3 weeks, and for all those who send the feedback only. With this, we come to the end of the program. Thank you all once again and wish you all a nice day.
Thanks to all of you. Thanks to the organizers and all the participants for staying till the end and putting so many questions in the chat box. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. And for many of the questions in the chat box, Dr. Wasantha ma'am has herself answered most of the questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for inviting us for this program.
Thank you all. With this, we come to the end of the session. Wish you all a good day.